Okay, so now I think we're probably about ready to jump in. We could probably just take a look at a couple of these games. One of them looks like it's just about over. Um, this one is Fellowship, and the other one is Movie. So I guess we could just start with the Fellowship one. It's very foily. This guy's definitely got his deck blinged out. So at the top we have Morgue Master, and at the bottom we have Mao Sanchez. Looks like Morgue Master is currently the Free People's player is moving down. Looks like he just moved in during the regroup phase with the Witch King on the board. So Sanchez is playing a combined Ring Wraith and Isengard strategy. Maybe it's just a couple of splashed Witch Kings.
With the Twilight Witch King nonetheless.
Yeah, I imagine there. I have seen some beatdown strategies that combine the two. Oh, and this is regular Fellowship. That's right. So he was able to use O Elbereth to cancel that that skirmish with the Witch King. And I guess Sam has been sacrificed, so I guess he's not worried about potentially losing Frodo in a little bit. So it looks like Morgue Master is running a standard Last Alliance of Elves and Men deck. I don't know what happened to Aragorn. Aragorn doesn't appear to have showed up at all, which is interesting. Oh, so looking back on the site path, we got the Green Dragon Inn as site 1, which means that I think, unless...
Does Morgue Master tried a strategy of bidding high and only having one copy of Aragorn, maybe?
Yeah, maybe. Or I don't know. There's no burdens on him right now, so either they got stripped off or didn't bid at all, and his opponent perhaps came in and swooped in with a Green Dragon Inn and prevented him from getting Prancing Pony, and so we only see a loaded up Boromir on this side, which I mean he's doing all right. But then on the bottom, looks like it's switched over. Those Isengard Urix didn't do all that much.
Yeah. And we have an old Bilbo's heir on the top here, so I'm not seeing any Hobbit allies to go along with that just yet. So
that's true. Yeah, there's not anything up here now. They have both passed Anduin Confluence, so if there was any big setup,
okay.
It's possible that it all got nuked. And there's Aragorn coming out at the 11th hour, transferring all this stuff over to Aragorn to beef him up. And then yeah, we only came in just at the very end of this particular match, but it's looking like that's not going to be enough. Not with a very late game Aragorn and Thrain. So yeah, this isn't going to go anywhere. Even if every single person dies, which they won't. It looks like Aragorn's going to bop a couple of these guys. Boromir might get hit, but it won't matter. Thrain's going to get sacrificed. And we are in actually the maneuver phase.
Boromir has armor, so he can take one skirmish and then go fierce too. So
yeah, and Greenleaf here can just knock one of them out. Yeah, by exerting to make him fierce, that put him well within range of Legolas just knocking him off the board. But even if he hadn't, he would have done that to the captain just to get rid of him. Yeah, there's not nearly enough here to be able to work their way through. Too much beef. So this is basically a formality. A lot of people would just concede at this point. Me personally, I prefer playing through it. 17 strength. 8, 9. Oh, it's because of the Flaming Brands. I always forget. I'm most used to PC formats where brand has been errated. But yeah, that's one of the reasons why Aragorn was standing up there, strength 17 with a couple of brands. There's nothing they can do.
Oh, is that? Oh, there was a Horn of Boromir.
And that too, yeah. So all sorts of tools. I feel like at that point it was flexing. He didn't even need to use any of that, but he got through practically unscathed. Yeah, well, okay. That's the end of that one. Hopefully we can find a match that's going to be starting soon. Oh, so actually there's a Fellowship Block PC match that just started. Maybe we can start off there. So let's see. We got Debaljim up at the top and Bartek 1983. Bartek is on the bottom. Bartek is currently the Fellowship, and they are both just barely starting their game. They've both double moved to site 3, and based on the on what's going on here with the 2 Black Breaths, I think that this is going to be looking pretty poor for him. Oh goodness, so he's going to go all the way with Aragorn and use his bow to knock out a Tia. And then, alright, and then with the 1 arrow, lone arrow from Greenleaf is going to take out Kentea. But that's not something you want to see right before a Sanctuary. Both of these guys aren't going to be able to use the Sanctuary healing. So all 3 of those will come off Aragorn, but then these 2 are going to be stuck for a while until they get any condition removal out. And then up here at the top, it's going to be switching over soon to Jabalim as Free Peoples. So he's got Gandalf the Grey Pilgrim, as well as some Hobbit support and the Suicide Aragorn. So, I mean, we'll, based on the fact that there's an Autar up here, and that was a 2 eyes, as often as I can spare them, so he's going to be drawing some more. So I assume that this is a Gandalf-based deck with other splash. But I suppose we'll see.
Yeah, that's all. Every companion out there is designed to sacrifice themselves, so except for Frodo and Gandalf.
Yeah, and these 2, yeah, we've also got the Boromir, son of Denethor, and Merry, friend of Sam. So Merry can boost up someone else, and with Boromir, actually, there's a neat little combo where you can exert Boromir to make Merry stronger, and then use Merry's ability to boost someone else up in a pinch. But yeah, this is definitely a self-sacrificing fellowship. So I'm wondering if this is go for it.
Oh, I was gonna say we're on movie block, or no, we're on Fellowship block PC here, so we have the PC rules in effect.
Yep, PC errata.
We're still in Fellowship.
There aren't many errated cards out. There's the Elrond, of course, which is errated to make it so that it's not quite as straightforward. Oh, and okay, so Jabalim here tries to do a double to Site 5 against Moria, and I think he's going to pay the price here. He thought that maybe there wasn't, I don't know if he called the bluff that, oh, only 1 goblin came out, that wasn't enough. But with the Balrog coming out, the Moria specific Balrog that's able to pull all the stuff out of the discard pile, and we've got the Cave Troll. Oh boy, it's a good thing that some of these guys are self-sacrificing, because they're going to need it.
Well, he could just take, I mean, Aragorn can just exert 3 times and that'll take care of a bunch of it, but...
That's true. So if he does that, then he can take on the Balrog, the Cave Troll, and one of the bigger, say one of the...
and I don't know, what do you do, Sam? Well, he has Mithril Coat, so actually he could exert Boromir twice, and Frodo could probably take on somebody with only taking 1 wound because of Mithril Coat there, so...
So it looks like he's probably going to be forced to use Sam here, because he doesn't have any strength boost for Sam unless he's holding on to a stealth or something. And everybody here is strength 6 or higher, so Sam is going to get overwhelmed unless he does something. And I guess he could use Boromir, of course, just to keep Sam alive. So he's going to have to decide whether or not now is his moment. Yeah, he's definitely thinking. We're sitting here at the start of the maneuver phase. He's trying to figure out what exactly, how little is he going to have to do.
Well, let's see here. He has
so there's the Sam exert.
Is that how you pronounce it?
Philibert Bulger. Yeah.
Philibert Bulger. So that could help, right?
That's true. We do have Merry here, so Merry could, for instance, go up against the Balrog and then exert himself twice to cancel that particular skirmish. So it looks like Sam's going to go down. So he's almost certainly going to take on the Balrog and the Cave Troll for first round. And then, yep. So there's, he's got the Hobbit stealth.
Stealth.
So okay, well he's going to take care of him for both skirmishes then. Because just throw him out into the fire and let him die against those 2, and nobody else takes any.
A Hobbit intuition to save Merry.
Intuition just to keep him alive, and he could have used Boromir, but may as well if you've got that in your hand. And then I assume that this is Sam's moment of glory. He's just going to go down with. Yep.
Unless he's had another Hobbit stealth, no.
True. That was a possibility. I've seen some disgusting decks relatively recently that just run 4x intuition and 4x stealth and cancel all sorts of stuff for the first half of the board.
Right. Well, it looks scary, but it turned out to be not so scary.
Yeah, yeah, that stealth definitely changed things. If he hadn't had that, then two people would have had to have take on something the second round, and it would have been much scarier.
Right.
So
So now we're on What is it?
Bartek.
Bartek, and that Sleep Caladris. Now I have to actually learn to pronounce these cards instead of just making them up in my head that I've been doing for 20 years. That discarded all those Black Breaths, so that was a nice move, and we got a classic Gandalf Friend of Shire Folk out there. So that was definitely my card of choice back in the day in 8th grade.
Sleep definitely has a lot of use to it. And here we got more. So hopefully you kept another sleep hanging on. Oh, there goes.
Archery.
Oh, there we go. So he uses 2 copies of Relentless Charge to exert an Nazgul to wound every archer companion. So he gets 2 wounds on Aragorn, and because Legolas didn't get to heal up at the Sanctuary, he got taken out. And that was enough, it looks like, to make Bartek say, okay, I need to back up and wait. I just lost a dude, and Aragorn's almost exhausted. Yeah, we're just not going to go to Sci-5 at the moment.
And that losing, not only do you lose your archery with Greenleaf, you lose your strength bonus on Gandalf. So
yeah, so that was a double whammy. And it looked like Greenleaf was also getting set up to actually skirmish. Like usually Greenleaf is just kind of sitting in the back, but he had his knives. He had, ooh, okay. So I think he just called a bluff, and I think he's going to pay for it again. So Jabalam didn't stay at Site 6. He decided he didn't need that sanctuary, saw that there were no goblins that were played, and so he's banking on the fact that he doesn't have a hand. So he moved forward into Anduin Confluence, lost all of his allies that he'd been building up, and now we're going to see whether or not the Moria Swarm is able to strike twice.
Let's see here. Well, I think he's probably going to survive because he's got there and back again. He's got Mary that can exert twice, and he's got Boromir that can exert twice. So he's probably not going to die this turn, but he might get hurt here.
He's going to be running out of resources though. So this is Aragorn's last stand. He's going to take 3 of these on. That leaves exactly four goblins.
No, that seems,
so
let's see here. You got to think there and back again is coming out, right? I don't know. I feel like that might have been the risky way to do it, to make Aragorn.
Oh wait, Aragorn. Oh, I miscounted. He's not. Yeah, defender +3. He was defender. Yeah, well, yeah, defender +3 means you can defend against 4 characters. So that left 1 free. Gotcha. Okay, well then in this case, Gandalf's going to take a wound. Boromir is going to win his skirmish. Oh, unfamiliar territory. Make an orc strength +2. Okay, well. You don't often see skirmish events come out of Moria, and that's probably why he did it, just to give himself an edge. And
although I would argue that having that extra card be a minion would have probably been better, but I guess you take your.
It's hard to say, because especially in this case where Boromir is a big red button to save Frodo, that's a +3 strength that can now no longer be used. And since he skipped that sanctuary, that's not coming back. Okay, so now he's definitely going to be using the Mithril Coat.
Well, that was an interesting strategy. Why exert Mary instead of Boromir?
Yeah, I'm not sure that Jabalam's going to be able to make it out of this. Now, he is banking on the fact that Bartek here only has 19 cards left. It's quite possible that there's just not enough of a critical mass of goblins anymore.
Not enough orcs left.
This is definitely a classic rainbow strategy going on down here. We have all the toys for Gimli out. We've got an armor. We've got an Aragorn's bow on Aragorn. We've got Gandalf's staff on Gandalf. And as big of a risk as it was, though, for oh, here we go. Is Gandalf he's using Gandalf's staff twice in a row. It's a lot of wounds, but it also prevents the Black Breaths and the Blade Tip from being utilized, because he cancels the skirmish and Shadow doesn't get a chance to do anything. Honestly, I think I would have taken the trade, though. 4 wounds on Gandalf is more than you would have expected anyway. So we finally have the Goblin Armory's coming out. Cave Troll again.
Cave,
Oh, and
multiple
this
cave
time.
trolls and the hammer.
So if he can get up to 5, nope, he didn't. He's only got the 2. Albert Drury taking care of both of those Goblin Armories. A Strength 18 Cave Troll. That overwhelms anybody on the board.
2, right? Damage +2. But
okay,
so he's really matter against Frodo.
Yeah, so he's doing that again, and he might have to do it a second time and have Boromir burn his last exertion on Frodo. Yeah.
Another intuition. That mithril coat, that thing is a game changer, that's for sure. And he's still holding on to his there and back again.
Well, he has to. So if he's gonna take a risk, because he's done 2 very there it is. I was gonna say he's done 2 extremely risky runs, double moves, and now he's home clear. At this point, for Bartek, if I'm Bartek, the only thing that I'm thinking of is I want to get rid of all of my fellowship cards as much as possible.
Yeah, and hope, because you got 8 cards left in your draw deck, and that is.
It almost doesn't matter what happens, just so long as he doesn't double move. There's no point in double moving, because what you'd be doing, all you're doing is giving your opponent an extra reconcile and a chance to get rid of his shadow cards. So you want to, as much as possible, try to restrict that card flow to him. And you yourself, as the Fellowship player, are not actually going to get any benefit from moving a second time, not when you're this far behind. So it's really, at this point, just kind of trying to stack the deck in your favor and get all of your Fellowship stuff out. So if he's got any tricks up his sleeve, any skirmish events he's been holding on to, any power according to his stature or Hobbit stealth or anything, yeah, we don't care about the black breaths on our extremely exhausted Fellowship. It'd be one thing if this was a later format and threats were involved, but there's not, so everybody could die here and it wouldn't make a difference. Interesting that he's still fighting to keep Gimli alive, though. Because it doesn't matter. He's not going to have a second turn.
It doesn't matter. It's over.
It's possible that he just hasn't put 2 and 2 together and realized, wait a second, he's going to be moving to Site 9. Like, this is going to end one way or another. But he did get that Servant of the Secret Fire out of his hand. Yep. Oh, no. Oh, no.
More companions that just come in to die. And...
Oh, no. Look at all this. And then Celeborn's going to exert to heal him. He's going to draw another card. Oh, man. I think the only thing that could save this is... Oh, look at that. Draw 4 cards. Okay, well, so we got 26 Twilight, 10 cards. We got to hope for an Enquea. That's the 3rd Cave Troll that has been played. Is that it? Oh, that's it. He didn't get anything else out. Oh, he got all of his scavengers must be in the discard pile. Oh, right. It's PC format. We can actually look at the discard piles. 1, 2, 3. I don't see a 4th one, but we came in partway through the game, so it's possible that it came out on the first. Yeah, there's 4 scimitars, 2 copies of Host of Thousands. Yeah, I think all of his stuff was in the discard pile already.
This is this a really small deck?
It must be. Like, that's, I mean, that was...
He's got 4 cave trolls, 4 swords, 4 scavengers, 4 runners.
I only see the 2 armories. This does seem very, very slim for a...
I'm not even seeing... what's the... I'm blanking on the name. What's the one where you discard 3 cards from hand to play an orc from your...
Oh, yeah. They are coming. Yeah, where's They Are Coming? That would have really saved him. How many cards do he have left? He had 7 left. That would have been enough to, play 2 scavengers. I guess the draws wouldn't matter because, he's already...
He almost needs... He needs more cards. He literally just needs... I mean, he needs more cards in his deck. It's just too small for
him. Yeah, that's too small for any flavor of Moria. Moria definitely wants to run pretty heavy at least 40-40, possibly higher depending on.
I don't know. Maybe he thought he was just banking on Cave Troll taking people out.
And I mean,
or
it did
something.
do a pretty good job, but just that last site was, he had so much fodder
Yeah,
available. I didn't even see what exactly it was they did. It didn't matter. He could have
yeah,
sacrificed for, all the new people that he played, and it wouldn't have made a difference. He had
yeah. And they on the fellowship up here from did Baldjim.
Belgium.
Yeah, he. I mean, it looks like I'm not seeing like any possessions for companions or anything. I mean, maybe Gandalf has something, but I'm not seeing it right now. It's just basically just any possible companion that can splash in there and exert to make somebody's strength bonus, or exert to wound in archery or anything. Pippin to remove a wound or burden.
Yeah, and,
It's
and and
just
he and he did use that to heal up Boromir, so he got that emergency heal right at the end when he needed it. Yeah, this
yeah.
is
So
no possessions. I'm sure he had a sleep or something in his deck if he needed it, but he ended up not needing much more than Albert Drury. Yeah, I
see,
feel like
and he's
Bartek could have had this if this was a little more standard of a Moria deck that ran all of the toys, because it has the basics but not much more.
oh,
Um,
and I mean, I mean, you kind of think in Quia to take out some 6 companions, but that wouldn't have even mattered until Site 9. So who would be expecting that? So
Right. I mean, it still would have been pretty nice to either just completely get rid of Boromir, take out all three of his vitality. That would have
yeah,
been pretty nice. Although Legolas would have immediately exerted to kill him, so that's hard to say whether or not that would have worked out better that way. But yeah, I think a regular Moria would have been drooling at the amount of Twilight that was here and the amount of draw that was still left. But oh
yeah,
well.
interesting.
All right. Well, there's only one other game going on right now. It's a regular Fellowship match, and it looks like it's about to end. We have Mao Sanchez from before and D-Stens 89. They literally just got to D-Stens just got to Site 9, so we can see what we've got. Emon Mule, which allows you to exert your guys to make them fierce, which is particularly good with the Twilight Nazgul, who don't naturally come fierce. But this is Mao Sanchez's same deck, it looks like, with the Twilight Nazgul and the Uryx.
Yep. He's trying to use the Urukai to put some pressure on the Ring Bearer with cards like Worry, and I don't know what's that weather event that makes them forced. I don't know if he's using it, but that's another one where you kind of get that little bit of a burden flavor with Urukai here.
Yeah. Now this is close enough that if if D-Stens plays it wrong, it is possible to pull a Shadow win out of this. We have an exhausted Aragorn. We have a Gimli that's almost dead. Oh, but the Witch King has just been exhausted, so he can't use his ability. Even if he had, Frodo has no wounds on him.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So and then he wins the skirmish there. That's going to kill the troop. He's no longer going to be fierce and able to threaten anything. Yeah, this is fine. You can even just throw Legolas against them again, and off it goes.
Interesting choice of Legolas there with the Prince of Mirkwood.
Yeah, I would actually honestly have expected to see more of that in Fellowship PC, because I know that there has been a major uptick in ring wraiths following all the PC changes. A lot of the changes that we did were because ring wraiths were so dumpstered because of Flaming Brand and a lot of the V1 cards. Help them out, and so having somebody that is specifically built to skirmish Nazgul might have made sense. And he's got the whole kit. He's got the bow. He's got the long knives. He's a pretty decent skirmisher when you pack it all in. Huh. I wonder what it was that happened. We came in way too late. We didn't get to see any of the stuff that they're talking about here in chat, but oh well. Oh man, and there's no games currently active. That was not something I was expecting to see at this time of day. Let's see here. Is there anybody in any of the chats anywhere that is... Let's see if we've got any messages anywhere.
I got a note that my volume or my audio was lower than yours in the stream, so I'm going to try to move my microphone closer here.
Oh, actually, you probably don't need to do that. I had you turn down a little bit for my sake because it was coming in loud, so I can just bump you back up a little bit. And maybe I'll just reduce my... Actually, yeah, I just need to reduce my personal volume and put you back up. So... Here, try saying something now.
Testing 1, 2, 3. This is Kyle using the microphone with adjusted audio features. And this is my quiet voice, but if something really exciting happens in the game and there's a double power according to his stature to kill 2 Nazgul, I might get a lot louder.
Okay, well, we have a regular Fellowship game that started up. So let's take a look. We have Green Arrow up on the top, and we have Mouse Sanchez again on the bottom. So we're going to see his deck from the get-go. And so we have Weathertop. Each Nazgul is fierce, and so now we've got the Witch King has his best start you might want. Looks like he plays 2 copies of It Wants to Be Found. We got 2 burdens added straight away. Legolas desperately exerting to make sure that the Witch King does not have any extra vitality. Where did that third one come from? Oh, we have an Elven Bow on Arwen. So, yeah. Witch King is going to get his lumps in, but he's not going to be able to exert to use his ability. That would have been pretty devastating to have Frodo exhausted on site 2 here with Twilight Nazgul coming down the pipe.
Yeah, and fierce because of the site at Weathertop. So.
Yep.
And Mao Sanchez looks like he's running with like I'm thinking he's using exactly 60 cards in his deck here, but probably because he wants to keep playing that event. I'm blanking on the name. It Wants to Be Found, right? Yeah, Spotted Twilight Nazgul. He probably wants to get that out as fast as humanly possible. So, but yeah, this is like our 3rd game with this guy, and pretty interesting combination with the.
Green Arrow is running a discard deck, it looks like. We have Far-Seeing Eyes up at the top. We have, on the shadow side, his Cruelty and Malice. Oh, I don't miss discard decks. We definitely laser excised them from Fellowship PC, but here we go again, I guess. Y'all can get a lesson on why we got rid of them.
Got the non-errated. How do you pronounce
errata? Yeah.
Errated, not non-errated. Sam out there just wiping out 3 burdens right away. So.
Yep, and he had to. It was going to be causing problems otherwise. And so now we have a classic Fort of Bruinen, and so Witch King came in at a discount, only costing 3, so combining them with the Twilight and Quaya. So when both of these win a skirmish, they will both be able to exert to wound the Ring Bearer.
And looks like Green Arrow used up the Legolas Greenleaf exertions on the previous site, so he's not going to be able to do that again. So looks like both Enquia and the Witch King should be able to exert to wound Frodo here, but with Isildur's Bane, he should be able to take all of the wounds and not have to convert anything to burdens.
Yeah, not yet, but he'll basically have to spend all of his Sanctuary healing just getting Frodo back to square.
Yeah.
So that's going to be 2 more wounds going on Frodo. Yeah, so he's just right there, but that's 4 wounds right there to heal. And so where are you going to put the other one? You're obviously going to hopefully want Sam, but Arwen here, the skirmisher, is, also exhausted. Legolas is exhausted. That's not a great position to be in, I think. The dead pile is also filling up already for Green Arrow. We've got one of the allies that Arwen would have really preferred to have out, and one of the throwaway Lorien elves. Looks like Mouse Sanchez is just able to waltz his way over to Site 3, and Green Arrow didn't have anything. So I'm wondering, was that really an actual nuts hand, or is he trying to build up like a stupid swarm or something for site 4? Hard to say.
So let's see here. So Mouse Sanchez, yeah. So Green Arrow didn't play anything at site 2 or 3 for minions. Is that what happened?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he just squeaked right
Which,
past.
I mean, I feel like maybe when you're trying to do all these fancy combinations in the discard deck, maybe you don't have the best hand to have anything to actually play.
That's
for
true.
Shadow.
And so, based on the Sanctuary speculation we were doing a moment ago, he doesn't touch a single wound on Frodo, which that's pretty bold against a Twilight Nazgul deck. But so he took 2 of the wounds off of Legolas, which he just used to knock the captain off the field, and then he took 2 wounds off of Sam, and it looks like, well, where did the third one go? Maybe, oh no, it must have just gone on Arwen because she just lost her skirmish.
Okay.
So.
I mean, he has old Bilbo's heir. Maybe he has some Hobbit allies that he thinks are going to come in and help heal Frodo or something. So
yeah, that's a possibility. Oh, yep. This is very much a. This looks like a stupid. No, never mind. Not stupid swarm at all. Just a regular old discard deck. It just happened to have a couple of low-costing guys. So we have Morgul Hunter coming in. This is just here to be a big beefy wall, and then of course they put Desperate Defense of the Ring down on Boromir. This is actually one of the few discard cards that the PC did not touch because it inherently has an interesting choice between whether or not you can manage the burdens that it generates or whether you have extra stuff in your hand that you can get rid of. And in fact, we actually modeled all of our discard errata after this card because we realized that having the discard effect itself wasn't so bad so long as there was an alternative.
Right, and you even have the Free People's player even has the choice of even having to assign the companion. So you got quite a few ways to handle that.
So his Cruelty and Malice was utilized a few times, soaking up the extra vitality from his big minion. So the top cards off of Mouse Sanchez's deck have been chewed down. He's down to 31 cards. And as you pointed out, he already had a very slim deck. Looked like it was riding the line right at the minimum of 60. So Mouse definitely got some pressure on him. He can't lollygag too much on the site path. Either he needs to try and eke out a shadow win, which is very possible, considering just how exhausted everybody is on that Fellowship side. But if he's not able to pull that off, he will get ripped apart bit by bit.
Sanchez might just have to start running for it because otherwise he's not going to have any cards left in his hand to even threaten Green Arrow at all.
Yeah, and it is a possibility, but on the other hand, I feel like Green Arrow here is very much on the back foot when it comes to Fellowship, so it's possible he might start making mistakes here, or just simply run out of resources. If he doesn't have all the resources that he needs to keep everybody alive, then...
Now what are we going to get 2 burdens here because Enquia just won his skirmish, so
the wound goes on.
To put the ring on.
And then we've got to have... Oh, no, he just takes the sacrifice. So Sam...
throws the ring to Sam.
That's pretty early to be forced to do that. Like...
Maybe he just thought Frodo's exhausted and I just got to move it. It's one way to get rid of an exhausted ring bearer and get rid of 2 burdens, but now Sam's resistance is only 5. So,
yeah, and it is a pretty classic move against Twilight Nazgul to let them build up all those burdens and let them ride that line and then knock them out on site 7 or 8. But to have to do that at site 5, I don't know. He's definitely running out of resources here. He's already got 1, 2, 3 companions in the dead pile. He's got 3 out, so there's 3 more that he could possibly play. If he doesn't get those soon, he may be in trouble. And then on Green Arrow's shadow side, we have a Tower of Barad-dûr coming out. So now every time they move, he's going to have to... Mouse Sanchez is going to have to sacrifice a card in his hand. Yeah, the discard side of this deck is not shaping up very well, I think. I don't know if part of it is just the ring bearer being, or the fellowship being thrown in the wood chipper here, but okay, so Mouse Sanchez takes the lead. He runs ahead of the discard deck, and this is what you need to do against the discard. That is the classic thing to do, is to just run like heck, because they are not going to be able to stop you with the tools that they have. And actually, we haven't seen white arrows come out yet on the Fellowship side, which would have definitely made an interesting back and forth between these, between the Twilight Nazgul and... Man, look at all these elves! In fact, I think he forgot to play... Yeah, he played Aristor by himself. He forgot to utilize... Oh, no, wait, no. I'm sorry. Farseeing Eyes is a trigger, so it didn't matter. Still, that's a lot of cards to be dribbling out of a hand. Choose an opponent to discard a card from hand. So Mouse Sanchez is now sitting at 4 cards in hand. What all has he had to discard? He's had to discard Sword Armor, the White Tower, Shoulder to Shoulder. No, wait, no. Shoulder to Shoulder was played.
Dagger Strike, maybe? Dagger Strike is discarded.
There was an hilarious Nelia that got ditched. Huh. I don't think I'm seeing everything there. Still, we have Worry played. Yeah, so this has got to be the main reason why he's combining Uruk-hai with Twilight Nazgul. Each time a companion or ally loses a skirmish involving an Uruk-hai, the opponent must choose to either exert the ring bearer or add a burden, both of which are good for Twilight Nazgul. So yeah, that's pretty good solid combo, I think.
This looks like a challenging setup here, because it looks like Inquia is going to be able to wound Sam at least once here, and then
that's going to happen twice.
These allies are going to die.
Celeborn will stay alive. Denadel, though, is gonna die. Denadel, this is the sort of elf that you only throw in a deck like this because you want to use Farseeing Eyes with him. That's not something that anyone cares about otherwise. So here again, we have another situation where there's lots of wounds on the ring bearer, and everyone else is just about exhausted. Where's he gonna put his wounds? Is he gonna do like he did before and just kind of ignore the ring bearer and heal up the other guys? I guess we'll see. Here comes the confluence, though. Why? Wait a minute. That's Mouse Sanchez moving out. Green Arrow included a confluence in his own deck that is packed full of allies. Huh. Actually, that may be a bit... There may be a bit of raw cunning there, actually, because if you have multiple copies of Celeborn, you can play him once to get him in, discard him at confluence, and then play him again. So maybe that's the Galaxy Brain move.
Or multiple copies of any ally if you're trying to just use the trigger on Farseeing Eyes as many times as possible.
Yeah, I take it back. I think that's probably not a bad idea. It's definitely weird, but
oh, discard decks.
Yeah, he's going to be using his Cruelty and Malice now to 3 different times, it looks like, to discard stuff from the top of the deck. So we're going to see his Terrible Servants get discarded. It Wants to Be Found is discarded. And Sentinels of Numenor is discarded. And that sucks. Mouse Sanchez is sitting here at 16. Yeah, he's just racing ahead. There's no way that Green Arrow can catch up on the Fellowship side now. Not that it mattered. His Fellowship was kind of getting ripped apart. But now we have another copy of Barad-dûr out. Let's rearrange this support area a bit. So, response: if this minion wins a skirmish, remove 2 to make the Free People's player discard a card at random from hand. Ouch. So he's probably going to do that. Oh no, he's going to do it multiple times. Oh, he's just going to rip through his hand. So Can You Protect Me From Yourself is discarded. There was a Hobbit Stealth that he was holding on to, probably desperately trying to keep it. And yeah, it got nuked. He's down to 0 cards in hand. And then his Cruelty and Malice is triggered once again, and we see Greatest Kingdom of My People discarded. That's... Wait, no, that's not right. No, another copy of Can You Protect Me From Yourself. So in that case, so those copies don't matter because Aragorn hasn't come out. But still, he's down to 7 cards in his deck, 6 in his hand. And yeah, here he is playing all these elves with far-seeing eyes. What do we have here? Gift of Boats. The Fellowship moves through a river. During the Fellowship phase, the movement limit is +1. Oh, so is he going to try and tear through him anyway and just pass him up at a triple move?
A triple move?
I suppose it's possible, but Mal Sanchez is... So he just did that. He just moved from a river in the Fellowship phase. So So yeah, the move limit is now +1. So he could do a triple move all the way to 9. However, Mal Sanchez's deck is no slouch. These minions that are coming out, I don't think he's going to be able to survive against that.
Is he going to have? But is he going to have any cards left in his hand? Or
well, that's true. Like, so yeah, he had he only got to play 2 minions, but they are 2 big minions.
Yeah,
like he doesn't have any way to deal with this.
He's going to have to fight Flirts and Orthanc Berserker 3 times each.
Now, we do have, between the Elven Bows and Greenleaf, Greenleaf didn't even exert, so we have 3 archery coming out.
Okay, so the next site, they should get wiped out in archery.
Now, the next site, too, he's going to be drawing 5 more cards.
Yeah.
But it is quite possible that he just doesn't have enough gas in the tank. He might... Okay, this is actually one of the more interesting discard decks I've ever seen. Usually they're, garbage. But this actually has an interesting strategy to it. A couple of interesting twists.
It's going to move on, and then archery is going to take out those minions if he doesn't play anything else.
Now, is there going to be anything left, is the question.
But he has to fight a fierce Lurtz.
So 2 of those archery just got taken out. Yeah, he can't move on. He can't do his Galaxy Brain triple move strat because he flat out doesn't have enough meat on the table to guard against anything. He really got screwed over there early.
He's got nothing. There's no way he's gonna be able to.
Well, so the discard deck is not going to produce much. It's going to have a couple of big Sauron minions, but Mal Sanchez has repeatedly just kind of bodied them. It didn't really matter. The only thing that sucked was that their vitality and abilities were able to be used to chew through his deck, but he doesn't really need the skirmish events or anything to survive. Oh, and there we go. Green Arrow tossed in the towel. Yeah, he knew that he couldn't actually do anything. He must have either had a really trash hand here or...
What site? We can't see his sights.
Yeah, we can't see his sights. We can't see his hand.
I mean, surely he was, what is it, told Brandir to get 3 trackers out, right? Did he have any trackers?
He must have. Unfortunately, this is not a PC format, so I can't.
I don't remember seeing any trackers, which is weird. You would think that would...
He did play, I think... He did play the 1/1 cost guy.
Yeah. I mean...
Sauron?
So, if you're looking at Miles Sanchez's fellowship, though, he has only 4 companions, and nothing out there would do anything to help against a swarm. He's got the Boromir, the strength for triple, Aragorn for healing, Merry is strength +2 for a sword, for wearing a sword. So, I mean,
at the same time though, like Frodo himself is already at 7. Like
that's true.
So he doesn't need any extra stuff. Like it would have required a particularly well built swarm, I think. But based on the number of cards that Green Arrow was playing, I don't think he was building up towards any real bomb. He could have theoretically played 5 or 6 minions, but based on his play, I don't think that was his plan.
He would have had to have 6 minions. Would have put 3 on Frodo. Would have had to get to over 14. So, I mean, 6 minions. it would have been possible, but I mean, he quit, so apparently he didn't have it.
Yeah.
But it turned out to be closer than we thought, I think.
Yeah. Okay, so we have an in-progress game here. It started a while ago. I guess we didn't notice it when it happened. We have a movie block PC game. We have Jabalam against Son of D. Jabalam up here at the top. Well, actually, let's switch over to Son of D. Son of D is currently the Fellowship player. He's playing an Ent deck with Radagast, and it looks like Jabalam's Shadow is a classic, might be Ninja Golem. We've got Promise Keeping up top. We have Shelob. We have a Desert Lord, but not, yeah, Golem Stinker. We've got a bunch of these things up here. We have 2 copies of Evil Smelling Fens already. Roll of Thunder gets played, which is going to get rid of... What did he... Oh, you know what? I think he just played it for nothing. There weren't any possessions. Just needed to get it out of his hand. So, we have a very beefy Gandalf sitting here with both Gandalf's staff and Narya. We have the PC errated version of Radagast, which has a couple of tweaks to it. Number 1, if Radagast ever dies, then the +1 movement limit is lost, so you can't do any shenanigans with Sent Back to bring him out multiple times and keep upping it up. And it also gives the Shadow player the ability to do something about it and kill him and get rid of that move limit. And also the discard 2 to draw 2 that the Shadow gets during regroup has in fact been moved to both movements. So just having Radagast in your Fellowship is a bit of a liability. All right, so we have Shelob, her latest ship. When she came in, she must have stung Gandalf. Did we just have threats go out? Yes, we did. We just had threats happen from the Hjorn getting killed. So it's a good thing that Gandalf has all that vitality to soak up. But it looks like we're about to have a dead Radagast here.
We have an interesting Betrayal of Isengard. I'm not sure that's a card I've seen very often out here as a Gandalf condition.
That's true. Not in movie anyway.
That is. I don't know if that is in there for the removing one when a card is drawn during the shadow phase, or if he's worried about Saruman.
I haven't had my thumb on the pulse recently, so I don't know if there's been any major Saruman decks or anything. I mean, this is obviously a mainstay in Fellowship. Just you use it to stop the Moria engine and try to put some brakes on that. But I imagine that there's got to be some other strategies that it's being used for. Okay, Jabalam going through his Sanctuary healing, getting everyone tip-topped up. Yeah, he's got a fully healed Fellowship here. We've got the errated version of A Talent for Not Being Seen that only takes off 1 and must have 2 copies of it in play to get the full effect. We've got a File of Galadriel on Frodo, so we have the ability to completely wipe out a minion's game text. Grond coming in. Orc Bowman coming in. So this has got to be... I wonder if this is a modified deck that somebody took a Fellowship-based just Sauron grind Gandalf tools deck and modified it to be an Ent deck on one side and include some besiegers on the other. Because that would... I mean, I don't see Orc Bowman very much. I think.
Yeah,
I mean,
Orc Bowman, the Orc Bowman and Under the Watching Eye. That was a combo that I tried to make work for years, and it usually fell flat on its face when I tried it. So
yeah, story is definitely a little different in PC formats nowadays with some of the tools that Sauron got, especially which one is it? Gaze of the Eye that allows you to protect some of your conditions. That definitely improved things.
Now this Golem Stinker that just got played here with on this what is it? Something we're calling this some kind of a ninja golem deck here of some variation.
Oh, here we go. This isn't looking good. Yeah.
The Stinker is one I don't think I see very much. Is that it? That's it.
That's it. Yeah, Shelob comes in and stings the Gandalf, and 2 guys are enough to take out Frodo. I mean, that's That's that. Stinker is one that I usually see it combined with the other. What's that one golem? There's one that says that when you make him strength +3, or sorry, when you assign him to a skirmish, the free people's player has to choose to either make him strength
Yeah.
+3 or add a burden. So you use that one
Yeah.
at the beginning to build up the burdens, and then you drop Stinker down. And the numbers have already reset, but I believe he was strength 9 or something. So that was, I mean, it's pretty good for 2 Twilight.
Yeah.
We got no games again. How dare people not play?
Okay. Well, I'm probably good for maybe one more quick game here if it pops up, but eventually I'm gonna have to drop out. So.
Right on.
But,
well, it's been fun.
yeah. This is pretty cool, and I think I mean, obviously, when we get into, if we're doing this for the tournaments, we'll kind of have games scheduled at certain times, right? So we'll kind of know when we'll be able to start at the beginning on everything and kind of go from there. But
I think it's going to be an interesting logistical challenge to try and figure out how we're going to find the right games to commentate on. I kind of feel like in an ideal world where I had 10 people and I could just figure out what they were going to be doing, we would have two to four people doing actual streams on teams of 2, and then we would have a few other people watching the matches, and kind of in a shared chat they could say, hey, something big is about to happen in such and such a game. You should switch over, and here's the context, and show the big moment that's about to happen. Because I mean, you just don't know for most of the matches whether or not it's going to be an interesting setup.
Does it say how many people are watching this?
Let's see.
Is that 2 viewers maybe on Twitch?
Yep, I think so. 2 people watching.
3. One of them might be me. One of them's you because
one of them's me. One of them's you. So we got nothing. But
my son was watching earlier, but I think he might have switched back to cartoons. So, all right.
Oh well.
Yeah, but yeah, I think that when we get the tournament going, that'll be pretty cool to be able to kind of schedule certain times. And I'm realizing as we've been doing this, like because on the computer you can just click and the cards automatically appear so quickly. The game moves so much faster than when you had to physically shuffle the cards and physically draw them and physically play them. So it's the commentary. It's hard to keep up with how fast they're.
It is, yeah. Like and that's almost why I want to have, ideally, the 2 different streams. One that's based on just kind of explaining what's going on, and then another one that can just take a step back and say, okay, people that are watching know what these cards are. We're just going to talk about the strategic,
So there's not time. I was kind of thinking, one person would be like telling you every single card that gets played, and another person would be like commenting on the strategy. But it's all happening so fast that you can't really do that. I mean, I guess I was thinking it would be cool if you could. If one commentator could be like saying every card that got played, just so you could like listen and know what was happening without actually having to see them. But at the rate they're playing,
it's too fast.
I don't even know if that's possible.
Yeah. I mean, I could barely, and even in situations like for instance that the discard deck, like there were a couple of times that I tried to dive into the log and see which cards were getting hit, but there were so many things that were getting touched that there's no way I could have kept up, unless there was somebody off stream that didn't have to worry about the talking part, that could just put together a better log or something and say, okay, this just happened, that just happened.
Interesting. Yeah, there was something else I was thinking about it, but
yeah, to your point, like there were a number of times there where we were just talking about a particular fellowship side, and then it got to the other guy's turn, and like we just totally spaced on what happened there because we were just talking about what happened. And like especially that when one of those times when Sanchez ran through and just went through his whole turn and had no minions played against him, and then we were still talking about the first guy that was like, oh hey, he did his whole turn and was completely untouched. All right, cool.
Yeah. I almost wonder. I mean, almost wonder at this, like at this. It would be cool to like be able to say like at least they're starting fellowships, and like I don't know if we need to have everybody. All right, play your starting fellowships and pause for 1 minute while we explain what's going on or something. Because it'd be cool to at least introduce it. But
Yeah, and
um,
like actually being there from the start would actually be a huge
yeah,
difference.
yeah, yeah,
When we can see it from the bid. I mean, we here we're scrambling into games when they were already halfway done. Like that,
yeah, yeah,
that makes a big difference when it comes to the introducibility. But when people are doing their bids and so forth, we can really say, okay, so he's got this Frodo, so that probably implies this or that or the other thing. And there's a bit to talk about with a little bit of downtime that you have at the start while everything's getting set up. But
okay,
yeah, you were talking earlier about how like everything is so much faster in the digital version. It's actually fast enough that I think. So we've been talking about having 30-minute limits on the games, just so that we can have a strict schedule and not have to risk big long games making everything take forever. Um, and honestly, I think that particular time limit is something that should be doable. Decipher themselves had a 45-minute limit
okay,
during the physical game. And I'm pretty sure that the game plays about twice as fast on GIMP than it does in real life
yeah.
because you have no shuffling, you have no drawing, you have no moving characters around while doing your skirmishes. You have
Placing wounds, no counting twilight.
yeah, like oops, I bumped it. I need to put all the wounds back. Like yeah,
Although I'm pretty sure at some point in my life I spent 30 minutes trying to decide either which minions to play or which minions to skirmish who. So with real cards, so I'm pretty sure my opponent wasn't happy about that. But
yeah.
uh,
And honestly, like
um,
assigning is still one of the longest things in this game.
yeah,
To the
yeah,
point that I do actually need to change some of the code to make it so that people don't time out quite so much while assigning big things. Because
yeah,
just because
yeah,
it's taking you a while doesn't mean that you're not doing anything. It's
yeah.
just opaque is all.
Okay. Well, I think that's all the time I got for this today. But that was cool, and yeah, I wanted to jump in there and see what was happening. So
Yeah, it was fun.
um,
So we'll have to do some more, and we'll have to see if we can pull some more people in, and maybe we can. It'd be really nice if we could have two people just doing the commentary. So I mean, I enjoy doing it, but there's other stuff I'm gonna have to do during the
okay.
world
Yeah.
championships. So
So were you? I guess I was really just watching. I was just spectating on the actual game site. I wasn't even really looking at the Discord stream.
hmm
Were you using this little screen on your left to look up cards or something or?
I was trying. Every so often, if we were talking about something, I would try to find it.
Okay.
This isn't actually. I feel like the hover over is working against me when the window is so small.
Yeah.
But being able to go in and say, all right, yeah, such and such an ally or whatever, if the card is not on the table, because most of the time
Yeah.
what we were talking about was, so I just looked at that.
Yeah. Okay. Well, sounds good.
Right on. Well,
I'm gonna jump off here. So.
okay. Well, thanks for streaming. See you around.
Yep. See ya. X. Oh, not that X. I guess I'll just do
There's a
this.
disconnect, a little phone icon with an X on Discord, right next to the green video connected or audio
Oh, there we
connected
go.
maybe. And there it goes. Um,
I'm specking on accident.
well, I would like to talk about more, but there's no games. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. see a couple more people are tuning in. Definitely glad to see more people are seeing the link, although it seems to be after most of the action has happened. I'm waiting for a game. I would really like to spectate a game, but nothing's showing. So I guess I'm just going to be over here answering some questions in chat. Come on, people. Why is it so dead right now? It is 6:38 on a Saturday. What have you nerds got to do anyway? Well, I'm already here. I think I'm going to work on some stuff while I'm waiting. Hopefully a table comes up soon to actually comment on. Let's get rid of that. Don't need that anymore. What should I work on? Any suggestions in chat would be welcome. I think I'm going to try and look at some art stuff. In particular, for the World Championship, we're going to need some nifty promos. So there's a few different ones that probably need to happen. I'm resigned to the fact that Shotgun Nkoya needs to be one of them. So I could take a look at that. Let's see here. My templates are in. Where are they? Okay, so I have a full art portrait right there, and then we just need to go and find. Oh, where did my GIMP window go? I don't want to lose track of that, just in case. Let's see here. So we need Shotgun Nkoya. Actually, does that search work? Is there any text? Awesome. Someone set up that redirect. So we are gonna stick this on here. something like that. I just want to have it for reference, so I'm not going to be using this as the base. And then I have myself a big old archive of images. When I say big, I mean colossal. So this particular Enquea shot, so this is obviously Weathertop. I'm not 100% certain if this is in the movie. It's a possibility. If it's not, well, there are some options. I mean, Nazgul all kind of look the same, so we'll take a look here and see. Okay, so this is Frodo and Sam. Zipping through the movie real quick. I think I need to scroll further forward. Army worthy of Mordor. Okay, so Strider's caught up. Ah, perfect. So, Weathertop, Hobbit Sword. We actually used that exact shot for the full art Hobbit swords that we did. It actually turned out a lot better than I was expecting, but I don't know if it's just the sharpness of the 4K version, but it looked very nice. So let's zip forward. Oh, there's his power according to his stature right there. Okay, now it's starting to show up. So let's see if we can find. So I never actually noticed this sword here. I'm at a bit of a loss to see where exactly what is holding it. So I'll have to keep in mind that might be shenanigans on Decipher's side. They liked to edit some of their images. So that is Nazgul Blade, I believe, from set 1. Let's see here. So his terrible servants, I think, is what that other frame was. Let's see, where is Shotgun and Quaya hiding? I like how Pippin is like, I really don't want to do this. Do I have to? Oh, hang on. So this is definitely, that's the backdrop, right? We got the broken arch, we got the highlight there. It's not this specific angle. Oh. Hang on, look at the folds there. That might actually be Drat. Okay, I'm still not sure what's going on with the sword here. We look at those folds, and that's looking very, very similar to that shot right there. Oh, hang on. Here's a further out shot. So we've got an arch there, we got an arch there. So did they do an oopsie? Was Nkwea actually the Witch King here? I mean, the Nazgul or the Nazgul. It's pretty hard to differentiate any of them. That's obviously blade tip. Then we have all the Twilight Nazgul scenes. Da-da-da-dum. Everyone swoops in. From what I understand, this was basically like one of the very first scenes they ever filmed. Was all this Weathertop stuff. All right, let's go through that a little closer. So we've got our outcropping over here. A little arch. Let's see here. That's actually not a bad Nazgul shot right there. And if there's anything that I've learned having gone in to recreate some of these, I found that there actually are a good number of shots that were left on the table by Decipher. Although they had a lot of support from New Line, I don't think that support went so far as here is like the prepared movie. Oh, hey, you can actually see the dude's face right there. That didn't get composited out. That's just his black chin sticking out. Nazgul on fire. Oh, hang on, is this it? Okay, well, so our best candidate for that. Oh, did a game go in? No, no games yet. So our best candidate was just before the ring got put on. Or I shouldn't say best candidate, because I think there might be some better shots that we could possibly use. But I think that is probably, I think that might be the shot that they used. Now the thing is, Decipher had access to the full recording, as in like the full frame, and a lot of times during editing things would get zoomed in or whatever. And in fact, I've discovered recently that the full screen version of the movie isn't just a extended off to the side version. There are in fact a lot of details that would be in a square right about here that just don't show up in the widescreen version, which is very frustrating for me because now I need to go obtain a version of that too and rip it out. But if we take a look here, we can see that this is the compositing, right? This is or not compositing. This is definitely the layout. We've got that outcropping. We've got that arch. If we look at the folds in his in this particular Nazgul's face, oh, hang on. Like, I don't know if that's just the way that they were all folded, but that very, very much looks like the same face. And then even if we look at like the if we try to come in over here and zoom in on the, like that pattern there, look at that, where it goes up and over to the right, up and over to the right, and then yeah, I think that this is the specific shot that Nkwea may have come from. Now I'm still confused as to what on earth is going on with his sword here. Where's it go? It just kind of gets covered up. Was the sword added by Decipher, which is a possibility? They've edited stuff together before. But I don't understand why it just disappears into the cloak. Is it just because this particular shot just didn't include a sword, and they thought that it felt kind of naked, and they wanted to? I mean, yeah, obviously he's not holding anything right there, but okay, well. So I think what I'm gonna have to do is, if I'm going to do an Inquea full art, we're gonna have to cheat because we don't have the exact frame. A lot of these cards, like for instance, if we go over here, there's the exact blade tip shot, and so like we were able to go and pull that and like just plaster that on a card and call it good. Like that's exactly the same shot that was used for the card. And in fact, when I did it, I actually found the precise frame and made sure that all lined up. But I think we're gonna have to cheat here. So it's pretty obvious, I think, just based on the patterns in the fold and the specific rips around the edge, that it's the Witch King that they actually used for Inquea, which would not be the first time that, you know, Nazgul got mixed up on the cards, but that's fine. And so I think what we'll have to do, come on, is we'll just pick a good frame from this shot. And maybe get a couple from around here. Especially something like that, that just sort of emphasizes that, okay, yeah guys, we know that this is definitely it. So I'm gonna grab this frame. I'm gonna grab, let's see, I want to get one of the ones that's a little more zoomed out so we have the folds there. I'm gonna grab that frame. And then we need to get the background. Now this looks to me like it may very well be this exact shot. I can't quite see the stuff behind his head there. Looking up Elijah Wood's nose. So we'll grab this for the moment, but that might need to get replaced. And then I want to grab one of these longer shots. Especially if we can get one, you see where this part is coming down straight. If we can get it to do kind of a S-like curve there. That would be better. Hey, come on now. What? Huh. I have never had Honeyview die on me like this. I specifically had to go through and find a different, multiple different, I'm gonna have to find that exact section again. I had to try out a whole bunch of different image viewers, because when you're dealing with this many, like, what is that, 1/3 of a million images in a single folder, a lot of programs are not built to be able to handle anything like that. What was that statue? That's pretty nifty. If that's not on the card, it should be. Let's see. So let's get back to business. All right, so if possible, I want to grab one of those longer shots. With it kind of curving in. Yeah, the more I see that, like, that's got to be the exact shot. They just had a zoomed out version that we don't have here. So we're gonna fake it. Fake it good. I think this one should be okay. And now I want to go hunting for... Oh, that does actually include part of the column there. Now I'm going to go hunting through the scene a little bit and see if we can find this exact backdrop. Because I know that it showed up a few times. So if we can find a good clean version to use as our background. Oops. Let's go this way. And I think earlier I did say that I was able to find arch with the outcropping. Where are we at? I mean, yeah, the more I look at that, the more it's got to be that particular shot. Okay, past the twilight now school. Maybe it's on the other side. Okay, let's see here. So we have, I think this is our arch. That's actually the one we want. Or no, maybe it's this one. Yeah, there we go. So it's this little outcropping with that little section taken out right there in the middle. And this particular shot, I think, is brighter. It's using that truck light or whatever it was they were doing. There it is in the background. Ooh. Ooh. Aha. Okay. This is why you crawl through one frame at a time. Because that, I think, is about as clean a background that matches that we're going to get. I'll still scrub through because maybe there's a better one. I have in the past done that and been like, it's the perfect shot, and then 2 seconds later realize, oh, there's an even better one over here. So that goes to find him. There, we're going to beat some more. Nazgul. Now, one thing that I have noticed is the very bright bit right here. I'm wondering if this is actually right before he makes that one Nazgul jump off, because for whatever reason there's like a very obvious truck light in that shot. Is this right here? Like, it looks like they got a truck like right there shining a big old light. And like, is that supposed to be the moon? That's way brighter than the moon. Not me. Yeah, I don't think there's any. Oh. That's it. Little gouge out right there. And we just don't see the broken bits because it's out of frame. Okay, well, that may be useful for detail there. And then that is the last of the Nazgul. Oh, but actually, we're still here on Weathertop. And we're just looking for a background here. So let's see if it just happens to come up here. Because that would be convenient. Nope. That's kind of nifty though. Dead King statue. Still no games on GIMP. I have been keeping an eye on it. But I guess we're doing art instead. Okay, so let's go through and just double check that I know what all of these are. So this one is just good background. This one, oh come on, don't do that. So this one is more background, yeah. This one is specifically, yeah, the far. And then this one is, let's see, it was intended originally just as a bit for the background, but it's also reasonably close. But it doesn't have quite it doesn't emphasize the pattern that I'm going to want to emulate. So we'll just kind of call this one background 3, I think. Because I think, yeah, this one, no, is it this one? Yeah, okay, so this is the one that really emphasizes yeah, this is like the exact same shot. So we'll use that for the detail. Close Nazgul 1 and close Nazgul 2. All right, so now we're going to blow this up a little more. So now we're going to have to do some choices about the actual layout. Now, with all of the full art cards that we've done. Oh, very good. Do you need help? Yeah. Oh dear. Okay. I'm going to need to go help my kid. I will be right back. Hold that thought. We will talk here in a moment about the details of some of these full art cards. Okay, I am back. And hey, at least there's a table up. An invitation anyway. There's no actual started matches though. So, where was I? I was going to say something about, oh, the layout. So, on all these cards, on all these full art cards that we've done, there have been some things I've learned about, you know, not worrying so much about everything that's right below this line here. Most of that just kind of gets, so long as it's in the background enough for it to be readable, then it's okay. There are some of these, so for instance, you can see on this blade tip, I just, you know, it just sort of worked out. I just blacked it out and did not put any effort whatsoever into trying to preserve the extra cloth down there or anything. On some of the earlier ones, though, you can see that I put a lot of effort into, you know, Where's one of the other ones? Isildur in particular. Isildur's got to be the one that I put the most effort into. Yeah, here we go. So you can't really tell, but I went in and composited in an armor, like chest armor, from one of the shots in the prologue to get it to line up perfectly with this. And I put all that effort in, and you freaking can't tell. Like, the text is there. You can't see it at all. I also spent some effort on that Great Hill Troll, compositing different images together from slightly different frames, getting it all pieced in there, and then it's just kind of a blurry mess, and you just cannot see it at all with the text in the way. So I have learned my lesson, and I no longer spend any more effort than I need to on getting stuff there on the bottom half. It's just straight up not worth it. So, but you do have to keep that section in mind. You do have to at least be aware of it. And so now we're going to have to figure out how exactly we're going to line this up. And another thing I've also found is that it leads to kind of a boring composition if you just sort of slap the subject right there, smack dab in the middle. So I have experimented a bit with, putting it off to the side. Let's see. Is there anything here? What are we going to do here? And see, as I've zoomed in here, there's hardly any of the background available at all. So finding half those frames is probably going to end up, even though I did identify them positively, it may not even actually matter all that much. So there's a few different candidates here, and I think they're basically involve different zoom levels. So do we do something that's just like this? That's just ridiculously zoomed in so that you can only see the face? Because when it comes down to it, we really only have the face. We only have this section right here, and we don't have any other part of it. And so that would reduce the amount of stuff that we would have to make up. On the other hand, it might be kind of cool to do a further out zoom. So for instance, if we take the Far Nazgul one, so if we were to use this as our base and crop out the background and everything and make that match. And he's got his sword sticking out there. Yeah, I'm really not sure what's going on with the sword that just kind of disappears into the behind the cloak. Like, you can see that that's clearly a like that Nazgul sword shot. Yeah, I'm not sure what was going on there. That smells to me like Decipher shenanigans. Oh, I see your chat now, Kijin. I'm trying, he says. Yes, I see. You have your you have a bunch of your tables up, but there's just nobody biting at this hour for some reason. So I do kind of like this as the basis. It's very slightly different from the original. A good amount of what's different though is what's kind of implied in the frame here that you wouldn't be able to see. Obviously, we're not gonna. I don't think we're gonna try and stick that sword back into his cloak. That kind of looks like he stuffed it hilt first into a coat pocket. I'm not sure I agree with that design decision. But here, having the blade out on the side, I think that'll work a little better. And then we'll just go in and we will make sure that the super high res versions of the face are there, because that's where the focus is going to be. And then that will line up because we've got the folds and the exact everything for that part. And then I do think that the background, while not iconic, is definitely recognizable. So if we can work that in. Oops. Oh well. You were not supposed to transform, darn it. So yeah, this right here. So we've got that big. Wait, is that the right one? Background 1. Okay, right. That was the bottom detail. I remember now. So this right here is like the shot that pretty much mimics what's going on in. Yeah, we can take that and we can slap that back there. And we have a fuzzy version of it. It's bigger, takes up more space, but unfortunately it's out of focus, so it's not gonna be as useful there. And actually, in this case, I don't think we're gonna have to use much, if any, AI upscaling, because, well, we have the zoomed in version that's gonna give us the fine details, so I don't think that part's gonna matter much. Normally, I'll try to go in and at least do a 4x AI zoom. But I don't think I need to do that this time. So, let's figure out where you're going to sit. Oh, you know what? I might want to zoom him in. Yeah, let's do it. All right. Topaz Gigapixel. So let's take this guy. Oh, come on. I might just need to find the frame again. Don't mind me, just passing through. Go over there, please. Oh, the sword is actually from the dude to his side. Okay. Well, in that case, I don't think that we need to. We don't want to include that element. So actually, as much as possible, we might have to do 2 of these. So let's do one where he's just whipped out his coat. Let's grab that one. And then let's do another one where the coat has settled down a little bit. Okay, so let's just save these up. Export as. Where is my... Darn it, I have a... Oh! A table started. Maybe we should look at that instead. And then I'll come back to this if we end up in another doldrums. Okay, so Kijan finally got a game. He got it from Sergeant Drano. I don't have to look any further at Sergeant Drano's board to know exactly what he's playing. You can see here he's got 178 cards in his deck. He's got a very particular deck that he likes to play. Kijan down here, looks like he's on the bottom. Oof, was that a Saruman's Power that was just played? Yep, there and back again. Host of the Last Alliance. Got nuked. But so it looks like we've got an Arwen Undomiel deck, probably with Last Alliance stuff mixed in, I'm betting. And then Sergeant Drano's kitchen sink deck. He has a particular self-mill style where at some point he's going to get one of a few different Dwarven Conditions out, where he will start discarding his own cards off the top of his deck to a kind of benefit that he will get, but then having a bunch of stuff in his discard pile is also beneficial to him because he has a bunch of stuff that will allow him to pull stuff out of his discard pile. And then everything else that's not directly related to those two things is just going to be generally useful stuff. So here, for instance, we can see we just have kind of a bit of everything. We have Notia, we have Goblin Runners, we have Orc Trackers, we have Eisenorc Overseer. All stuff that's just supposed to be a little bit of value on its own. Alright, well, so one downside of the kitchen sink deck is that there's a lot of things that it does. So I think what we're going to see are a lot of skirmishes that are more or less like that, with stuff just kind of happening. But we'll see. Sergeant Drano is now the Fellowship player. He heals everybody up. Plays some more value characters. Walks right into Moria Lake. Of course, you exert Frodo in that situation unless you absolutely can't. And then it looks like Kijan is actually going straight Eisenorcs. So he's looking to survive to the regroup phase as much as possible and then utilize the abilities and the extra vitality on those orcs to basically do exert to wound situations. So we have Legolas Greenleaf. Doesn't look like much like Greenleaf. That's because that is the holiday template version that gets handed out every Yuletide. So if you look at that and are green with envy for Greenleaf, then I'm sure this year we will be doing the same thing around Christmas time. So just check back in and you'll find that there will be a way for you to get it. Okay, but they weren't able to actually do much. So Overseer exerts twice and exhausts a companion, namely Greenleaf, and then Retainer exerts and makes the Free People's player wound a character, and very quickly he is running out of vitality. He's on site 4. He right now has 5 spare vitality. Now he does fortunately have Isildur's Bane. Obviously, almost everyone wants Isildur's Bane unless you specifically have a burden issue that you're going to be, and that's your only way of dealing with it. So he is going to be able to turn some of those extra regroup wounds into 2 burdens, but that will only work 5 times. So we shall see how it goes. Sergeant Drano dropping Goblin Runner, Cave Troll of Moria, and Plundered Armories. So this is the kind of thing I was talking about with pulling things out of the discard pile. Response: if your Moria weapon is discarded, play it from your discard pile. Well, okay, so that's not quite. Technically it is playing out of the discard pile, but the self-mill aspect does not help. Interesting. So the arrow goes on. Wait a minute. What happened here? Why is it reveal? Swan Ship with a Galadrim. Okay. Exert an elf ally who's home with site 6 until the regroup phase. That ally is strength +3 and participates in archery, fire, and skirmishes, so she gets completely eaten by the troll. And then Arwen is going to tank 2 more wounds. First using Gwamegal to probably just to cycle and get some cards out of your hand. So Gwamegal allows you to exert Arwen or discard 2 cards from hand to make your strength +1. The strength +1 can often be useful, but more often than not it is used to ditch stuff that you don't need out of your hand. Yeah, so Isengard Warrior and Friends of Old. So we got rid of Isengard Warrior because, yeah, that's probably not going to come in handy. Either that or he already has another copy. We shall see. Book of Marzabal comes out. Mazarbal. Barlaman Butterbur. Pulling, okay, so he pulled A Wizard's Never Laid out and then grabs Ottar. So Adar ditches. So Sergeant Drano ditches 3 cards, draws 3 more. Ooh, and here we get Servant of the Eye coming out. Isengard Axe is effectively a runner in that it costs -1 Twilight. One of you must do this. So, how many can we spot? We can see a dwarf, an elf, and a wizard. Okay, so Sergeant Drano now has to exert 3 characters. Although, now that Gandalf is on the table, that's a few extra vitality that is now available to use. We'll see where he decides to allocate it. Yep, Greenleaf right back down to 1. So he's not going to be useful except for his archery. And in fact, the arrow goes on that Isengard Smith over there. I guess he decided... Oh no, you can only discard weapons. And he's got a second copy, who he thinks is going to make it. So here, Saruman, Servant of the Eye, can use his own vitality to specifically assign people where he wants them to go. So he made sure that they did not go against Gandalf or someone who might have been able to pull a trick out of their hat. Oh ho, and Gloin dies, and so does Legolas, I think, unless, yep. So now, our commander is going to make sure that there are 3 wounds that are being applied. There just happens to only be 3 vitality left, so Frodo is about to be exhausted here. And then, well, since people were killed, this could have been utilized, but not anymore. Ooh, what happened? Alright, we have our Trees Are Strong coming in. Discard X Orcs to make the Freebills player wound X Companions. Bada boom. Frodo turns his 1 wound into 2 burdens using Isildur's Bane, but this is not looking good. Magic draw. Well, that was a pretty good hand, not gonna lie. Yeah, Kijin used 7 of his 8 cards. And now we have a lone Frodo over there. Sergeant Drano's time, his days are numbered. Another Cave Troll. Interesting. I'm finding it surprised that in a deck this big, Sergeant Drano has managed to pull out the Cave Troll twice. That just seems statistically fraught. And now you see the Bridge of Khazad-dûm here is flashing. Sergeant Drano apparently does not have a copy of the Balrog in his deck. He's using this superstitiously to shuffle his deck, because after you go into your deck to pull something from it or reveal that it is not there, according to the rules, it must be shuffled. So you will sometimes see this where somebody is disgruntled with the hands that they have been receiving. They are going back to the manager and making the manager shuffle the deck. Alright, so Legolas Greenleaf takes out an Uruk Raider. That's, well, I guess you could either take the Uruk Raider to the face and take the 2 wounds, or you can put the 2 wounds on Legolas Greenleaf and kill the Raider. Like, that's, I mean, sometimes that's just how it goes, is that the actions that you take to prevent something don't actually prevent it so much as control it. Oh, Cave Troll takes out Udomil, which is always a blow. Interesting that Kijin sacrificed Udomil, because it looks like, I mean, you don't include Udomil in a deck unless you are building around her, right? You're including a whole bunch of allies to utilize her specific game text, which is good, you know. It's a bit tricky to get out, but once it's active, it's a -3 constant passive debuff to every minion that she goes against is pretty good. Greenleaf, on the other hand, I'm surprised that he kept Greenleaf around. Now, I may be reading too deep into this. I mean, we know that Frodo up there is boned. There's no way that he's going to survive through the skirmishes, let alone all of the regroup wounding that the Eisenorgs are going to be doing. So it doesn't really matter if Kijin plays maximally effectively on his Fellowship side. It's really just a matter of getting it through and over with. Now, I do say that. Oh, right, we're at Site 6. Aha! So, because we're at Site 6, Galadriel is, in fact, able to skirmish. So she takes a hit from Isengard Retainer and manages to survive. Here we go. All that vitality is now being turned one at a time into 2 burdens, and now we have a corrupted Frodo. And there's still 1 left. So yeah, not even close. Keegen did indeed have a great hand that allowed him to just mow down the entire fellowship in 1 turn. That's what you hope to see in every time you play Eyes and Orcs, and it almost never happens. So good to see. Looks like they are negotiating a rematch. Sergeant Drano hoping to not have to deal with an amazing hand. I mean, we'll see. It's much more likely that Keegen will get the magic hand than Sergeant Drano will with 250 cards in his deck or whatever it was. And here they go. They've started their rematch. So Sergeant Drano bids 3 to play the Green Dragon in. Okay, so this is a pretty straightforward combo. You bid exactly 3. Exert a Hobbit to play Sam from your draw deck. Sam, Son of Hamfast, will exert 3 times to remove those 3 burdens, meaning that you end up with 2 exertions and no burdens, and you've gone first. Most of the time, I mean, in this particular situation, he's looking to get a 4th companion out, and also to deny most people's access to the Prancing Pony, because so many decks do indeed rely on pulling that out. Oh, so talking about magic hands, here we have Sergeant Drano starting out with Gandalf, Friend of the Shirefolk, and being able to load up Book of Mizarble and Gimli's Helm on Gimli from turn 1. I'm sort of surprised that Greenleaf was not used to exhaust him. But nope, not how it's going to go. So Retainer kills off that Sam before he's able to be used for any other burdens. Interesting, and he does not use the ability, probably to ensure that, he doesn't just get picked off by the arrow. And here we have a second one. Now in this case, let's see, so he's got 2 more vitality on Saruman, Servant of the Eye. So you put the 8 on probably Greenleaf, to be honest, and then the other one on Gimli here. So it says, exert Saruman to assign an Isengard minion to a companion except the Ringbearer. That companion may exert to prevent this. Which is why there's that pause there, because Sergeant Drano is being given the opportunity to exert Greenleaf. Which he's not going to do, because the whole point of Eyes and Orcs is that they want there to be as many wounds as possible. We got some spam in the chat. Let me see. Where the heck is the chat on? I've got an integration that lets me see the chat, but I can't actually... Oh, wait, hang on. I'm missing stuff actually happening while I'm worrying about that. So the Trees Are Strong is played once more. Both of them probably exerted at that point. So you probably got 1, 2 wounds from that, and then 2 more. So yeah, we've got a very... Well... So it looks bad, but he's at the Sanctuary, so 5 of these are going to be deleted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there's going to be 2 left over. You might leave 1 on Gimli because he's already got Gimli's Helm. You might leave 1 on Gandalf just because he's got the vitality to spare. But okay, Sergeant Drano has a pretty lackluster Sight 2 Shadow. Drops 1 tracker who just gets eaten alive by the archery. Looks like Kijin followed up with Sergeant Drano and did the exact same combo, although he didn't have quite so many burdens to peel off. He hadn't bid as much. Okay, so slightly different from what I had said, but he left the 1 wound on Frodo instead of the 1 wound on Gimli, which is, you know, that's fine too. Oh, nice. Okay, so Gandalf gets healed. Sting is used, revealing a bunch of cards, so we know that Isengard Smith, Servant, Ranger Sword, Isengard Worker, Isengard Axe, Orc Commander. One of you must do this, and then Silinde. So it's not quite the magic hand that he had before, but you know, it's pretty darn close. He's got a pretty decent shadow hand coming. Now, the big difference, however, is that Sergeant Drano has a much better role this time for his fellowship. He's managed to fish out quite a bit more out of those 200 cards. Okay, where on earth is my chat? Is it just because it annoys me that I've got that one? Do I just need to make it bigger? Ah, there we go. Okay, hang on 1 second, and then let me delete this. Boop. Okay. Okay, so Kijin plays a bunch of stuff. Oh, what did we get? Oh yeah, one of you must do this. So that maxed out, didn't it? Dwarf, elf, man, and wizard. So 4 different people had to be exerted. Legolas, however, is going to make sure that Isengard Smith is exhausted, because otherwise all possessions would have been discarded during the recruit phase, which would have been these 2 plus Sting. The Book of Mizarble has only just started to become useful. The Gimli's Helm can, of course, keep him alive, and yeah, I mean, Sting on Frodo is just always a good thing. Here we go, though. We're going to have 3 wounds come out of Orc Commander. That's going to leave everybody but 1 exhausted. And it's like, do we do Gimli or do we do Frodo? And in this case, he's done Gimli, because, yeah, once again, Gimli does have that helm, so he's able to keep himself alive. But that only is able to activate during the skirmish phase, so won't actually affect any of those regroup wounds. And now, we're sitting here, Sergeant Drano is at Site 4. There wasn't a big magic hand out from Kijin necessarily, but we're seeing pretty much a repeat of what happened last time. Now, Fellowships have come back from being massively exhausted like this. It's not impossible, especially depending on what gets drawn. Maybe there's a good amount of healing or just an additional companion or something that's able to soak up the extra. We shall see. But all it's going to take is 1 more good hand from Kijin, getting 2 or 3 of those orcs out, and it's just going to start mowing people down again. So Sergeant Drano from his kitchen sink manages to pull out a pair of Nazgul, 1 which made 1 fierce. I'm not sure which one was made fierce. Let's see. So he made himself fierce. Not that it really mattered, but because they're both strength 9 and they don't have any other combat abilities. Oh, what do we have here? So we did have Helpless ended up getting played on Sam. Probably not necessary. Oh, wait a minute. Did we lose? Is Kijin? Nope, Kijin doesn't have anyone in the death pile. He just hasn't drawn anything else. Or maybe he hasn't played anything else. That is a distinct possibility. Decided to keep it low so that Sergeant Drano doesn't have enough Twilight to dump stuff out of his hand. So we have Shoulder to Shoulder that's been played. Who did it get used on? How did it get used? Oh, Galadriel. Oh no, I see what happened. Okay, so Teleglad was played on Legolas, giving him some additional vitality over there. Oh, and the I see. Never mind. So shoulder to shoulder has not yet been used. Lady of the Golden Wood instead was able to heal an elf, in this case, Greenleaf. So he's now got 2 vitality back. Interestingly, shoulder to shoulder was not used. Oh, it's a maneuver action. That's right. So we may see it used. I think that Galadriel is definitely going to exert twice to pull 2 wounds off of Gimli, and then we may see Gimli exert 1 more to get Greenleaf back up to snuff. Okay, well, Isengard Warrior. While you can spot another Isengard Orc, no player may use archery special abilities, so Greenleaf is going to be hobbled this particular turn. Exert this minion and spot 3 wounds on the ring bearer to exert every companion. Well, there's no Saruman on the field, so Gandalf is almost certainly going to go against Isengard Warrior. You want to get him killed if at all possible. Oh, here we go. Never mind. All right, so this particular guy, Gimli, son of Gloin, is able to exert to make himself strength +2. You're probably going to have him exert twice to get Isengard Warrior exhausted from the damage +1. Because the last thing that he needs is to... Well, I mean, almost everyone is exerted. Maybe it's not that big a deal. Oh, man. Yeah, this is... Yeah, once again... So, Gandalf, I think, is going to go on this guy. He's going to get overwhelmed, 10-5. But there's just nothing that can be done about this unless Sergeant Draenor has something in his hand. So that's 3 wounds that are going to be coming out from there. And then, like I said, he could exert Gimli. Let's see, he's already 8. So he would have to exert Gimli twice. And then he would be damage +1, so that's 2 wounds that would end up going on Isengard Warrior. Why did he put the wound on Orc Commander? That wound should have gone on the Isengard Warrior. Oh, the Orc Commander makes him strength +1. Each other Orc is strength +1. Okay. Alright, so he's not going to get overwhelmed. I did miss that. I right-clicked on it and it showed the default 5, but he is actually updated to 6. I did miss that. Well, in that case, it doesn't actually matter where that wound goes, so long as it's not on the warrior. Yeah, the warrior goes against Gimli. Gimli's going to exert twice and not quite turn him into a bloody mist, but he is going to at least make sure he's exhausted. Although this is, again, one of those situations where he's exerted twice. That Isengard Warrior was going to result in 4 exertions. Well, not even that. So we have 1 wound that goes on Legolas because he's the only one with any... Oh, no. Okay, he's going to start converting wounds to burdens. Here we go. So we got 1 more going out. Frodo can now do that 2 more times. Oh, here we go. Their trees are strong. Goes again. 3 guys have to get wounded. And the way that it's worded... You can't just put all 3 on the same one. You have to wound 3 different companions. So that's 2 more. We lose. Yeah, Legolas survives, and we lose. Was that Aragorn? Yeah, Aragorn. I don't know why I looked in the log. I could have just come over here and looked at the dead pile. Okay, so Sergeant Draenor is now very much on the ropes. He can only do that burden trick 1 more time. I think the reason why he chose Aragorn instead of Farron is because he's hoping, against hope, that next turn he's going to have some more elven allies that get played, which can then use shoulder to shoulder to heal up some of these dwarves, which Aragorn cannot help with. And if you have dwarf vitality, then you can use the dwarf vitality to heal Legolas. So there's, yeah, definitely utility there. Kijin, though, I think is just sort of waltzing on down. He just has to make sure that he doesn't do anything too risky. make sure that he plays all his shadow or all of his Free People's cards, and it looks like there's more allies here than I remember seeing before. We have 1, 2. Oh, we have all 3 home 3 allies, and so well, all 3. There's more than just this, but it's hit the threshold now, where Arwen is now much stronger than she appears. Each minion skirmishing Arwen is strength -3. And we have a Legolas with both a Galadrim, so every time he wins a skirmish, he's going to be able to wound someone else. Interesting, and he's going to use the armory to protect the scavengers. That doesn't make any sense to me because Arwen was already going to dunk on him anyway. You may as well hold on to that in the event that you have a time where it matters. Oh, there's that Beneath the Mountains. Discard the top 3 cards from your draw deck to play a Dwarven Weapon from your discard pile. He doesn't do it, though. I mean, that's... Oh, here we have Servant of the Eye coming out with Isengard Smith. This is probably over. Elrond was played, though. Elrond and Thrarin. Okay. So that's 3 vitality there that is going to be used to pull off 3 wounds. Okay, never mind. This game is not yet over. Let's get these guys over. So that's a fully healed Gimli. Oh. And before the vitality can be utilized, one of you must do this comes out, wasting some of that effort, using some of those resources. Okay, well now there's 3 spare vitality. 2 wounds can now go on Gimli and 1 can go on Greenleaf. And there do happen to be, let's see, we are at site 6, so Galadriel herself is going to be able to skirmish. Looks like Greenleaf is healing up. Is he looking to exhaust one of these guys? There's currently 5 companions. This guy might be able to trigger off during the regroup. Yeah, looks like he's not risking it. Definitely a tightrope walk. So, Servant is going to put Overseer on who? On Gandalf. Okay, so making sure that Gandalf gets swept off the board. And that it, oh man, so he could exert to prevent it, but he's not going to. So we are once again at an exhausted Fellowship. Orc Overseer is now going to ensure that 3 people will get wounded. Frodo can no longer use any of his resistance. He's down to 2 left. Next wound that he takes using Isildur's Bane is going to corrupt him. Oh wait, it's the to exhaust a companion. Oh no, it's not. Oh goodness. It wasn't one of the regular ones that just exerts to wound. It was exert twice to exhaust, which is useless because all of them are already exhausted. So they are coming. This is definitely one of those utilities that Sergeant Drano is better equipped to use than most decks. So we have the Scavengers coming out, and we have the Cave Troll of Moria. Aragorn over here has armor. So Cave Troll is going to be completely neutered. And then the disrespect from Ramil taking out that orc. Yeah, so Aragorn's going to take 1 wound instead of 2 because of his armor. And then he's going to do it again. And so Cave Troll is not quite so threatening in this scenario. 4 wounds becoming 2 is pretty lackluster. Sting is now going to take a look at his hand, and let's see what we've got. There's a Relentless Charge being held on to, hopefully to kill Greenleaf and Aragorn, although Aragorn does not yet have a bow. There's an Enquea. Oh, okay, so he's sitting here at 5, so it's good to know that he's definitely holding on to that. So Galadriel is going to get healed with that, and so is Elrond. So it looks like Sergeant Drano is going to be able to hold on for yet another round. And of course, we're at a sanctuary, so 5 wounds are going to be healed. Peel them all off of Frodo. He's got no resistance remaining. Lady of the Golden Wood is going to heal herself. Okay. Elrond is going to heal himself twice. And then he's got the Galadriel and Elrond in his hand, which he will discard both of those to get those 2 fully healed up. Well, Sergeant Drano is going to... Yeah, and then he exerts Galadriel to play a forest to ensure that it is not Anduin Confluence. And the only forest that can be played in this particular slot is the one that stops the archery phase, so Greenleaf will be a little bit less useful. Tower of Orthanc coming down. Each time the Fellowship moves, you may spot an exhausted companion to add 3. There is already an exhausted companion on the table, although that may go away with Shoulder to Shoulder up here. And here's the Orc Overseer. Again, he may be more useful this time because there are, in fact, people to exhaust. We shall see. So, it would make sense to use Shoulder to Shoulder to the hilt. You can get 3, 4 dwarf wounds off. So you may as well exert Gimli to heal up Greenleaf that way. Greenleaf's not useful this particular round just because the site is skipping the archery phase. And right now, yeah, start of the maneuver phase. So Sergeant Drano is likely sitting down trying to calculate exactly how much of this he should do. Because each use of Shoulder to Shoulder adds 1 Twilight. Oh, there we go. Didn't even think about that. Albert Drury comes in and knocks out the Tower of Orthanc, which is good. He does have to be a little careful about the Twilight, because if he's hoping to move again here, having Saruman already on the table, it may be troublesome. Where's the Tower Assassin? That Tower Assassin needs to come in and start assassinating people. I tell you what. Interesting. Farron's not actually 5. He's going to be 7 because he's got game text that boosts him up while he's fighting an orc. I wonder if that was a misplay. Maybe. Maybe not. Although, actually, well, we're here in the group phase. You're just now about to get 3 wounds on Greenleaf. Kaboom. All that healing for nothing. And it would be very risky to move again because there's 2 more vitality still on Saruman. Yeah, he doesn't take it. He's getting close to the end, but he's definitely fought a lot harder than he did last game. Oh, there was a Fellowship PC game going on. Oh no, now I gotta pick. Both? Both. We can commentate both. Why not? So in our Sergeant Drano game over here, we'll just check in occasionally just to see what exactly happens. We kind of have the gist for this one. It just comes down to whether or not Keygen is able to put together the critical mass of orcs to take care of the teeter-tottering fellowship there. But over here on the left, we have Spud Daddy versus the Manufacturer playing PC Fellowship. At the moment, it looks like the Manufacturer is the Fellowship player, and he's playing the Dwarf deck, which has been significantly boosted based on just a few of the errata. For instance, all of the non-Gimli Dwarves were boosted so that they are now +1 strength. So in many cases, that brings them up to 6 at the same level as Gimli, which is huge for survivability. And as you can see, there are a lot of red slashes up here. These are all cards that have been errated. Aragorn has been errated. Yeah, Heir of the White City. Oelbereth Gathonia has been errated, mostly to bring it in line with other decisions that were made by Decipher in later formats, namely that the Ring Bearer should not be allowed to discard, be able to cancel a skirmish. Let's see. So we have switched over to Spud Daddy being the Fellowship player, and on the bottom here, the Manufacturer is now apparently playing a Nazgul deck. So we have a very scary Witch King coming in with a Nazgul sword. Cannot spot 3 burns, so he's not damage +1, but he has 18 strength, which is enough to overwhelm. Is there anything? Yep, that is straight up enough to overwhelm anybody except for Aragorn here. And Cantea could not go against anybody but Frodo because everyone else is carrying a weapon, and Cantea would have discarded it, and that would have been bad. Frodo happens to be at strength 7 somehow. 4, 5, 6. How is he at 7? Oh, there and backing him was used. I did miss that. And there goes the Blade of Gondor. Kaplop. Checking in with the Sergeant Drano and Keygen game, it looks like we've got another big... Well, no, never mind. There's not enough wounds on the Ring Bearer for these 2 warriors to really come in hot. And there's not enough companions for the Isengard Smith to be able to do much. Sting could get discarded, and the Hand Axe could get discarded, but there's just no other fodder for it. It looks like it may not come to pass for Keygen. He may not be able to get that. He may not be able to pull together. Oh no! And here's Realm of Dwarf. Discard the top 3 cards from your draw deck to make a dwarf strength +1, and he has got cards in spades, so he's just going to do that every single skirmish from now on. So all of these dwarves, no matter what strength that they are showing as, they're actually +3 strength. Because that is going to be used every single time. I think Sergeant Drano has pulled this out. He's on site 8. He's managed to pull ahead. He's managed to keep himself alive by the skin of his teeth a few times, but it's been enough, and I don't think the Eisenorks are going to be able to pull it together. Okay, so over here on the left, the dwarves lose a little bit to the cave troll. Poor Fror. Rest in power. And we switch over to Spud Daddy, and we see another Blade of Gondor that had been discarded by Cantea last round. Athelas to heal Aragorn and get him up into ship shape. We have the errated Flaming Brand. So the idea with the errated Flaming Brand is that rather than being constantly on, you must instead essentially light it, and then at the end of the turn it burns out and you have to discard it. So it gives you +1 strength until then, but it can be activated in a pinch for +2 additional strength and damage +1 while up against Nazgul. But nothing happens. I guess there wasn't enough Twilight for Spud Daddy to play anything. Or the Manufacturer to play anything, I mean. So now we switch over to the Manufacturer being on site 6. Oh wait, no. I'm sorry. The manufacturer is on site 5. Heals up using Tilduran Wakes again. Each time a dwarf companion moves from an underground site, you may heal a dwarf. And I guess here comes Spud Daddy, putting down his Moria Orcs. We got a lot of people watching. Although, I don't know how many of those are bots. At least a few of them definitely are. But some of them aren't. I recognize some of those names. Welcome, everybody. So, we have another cave troll being dropped. Looks like another dwarf is going to get eaten here. Or what's more likely to happen is it's going to go up against Gandalf and use up some of his enormous vitality instead. Yeah, the errata Dwarven Axe. This is actually one of the stinkers of the discard errata batch, and we need to come up with an alternate effect for that, because the exert just doesn't work. Oh, interesting. So instead of using the last few dredges of Gandalf's vitality, instead ends up going on Frodo. So over on the right, we have Sergeant Drano has made his way to site number 9. Make or break. It comes down to whether or not the 8 cards in Keejan's hand are any good. Oops, I'm not scrolled all the way down. Maybe they've already conceded. Uh-oh. Oh no. So we went to Summit of Ammon Hen and drew a card for each burden, and there are quite a few burdens. But oh no, there was only 12 Twilights. Not enough to do anything with. Except that Inquaya is going to be able to murder somebody. Let's see here. Oh no, he's not even going to be able to murder anybody because there's enough vitality that shoulder to shoulder is going to be able to keep anybody alive. How very sad. Yep. I don't think Keejan wins this. Especially because in regular PC formats, the game ends at the start of the regroup phase. So Orc Commander is not going to be able to actually utilize his text on the last site. That is something that we changed for PC formats. Now instead, you do play through the regroup actions, so you can, in fact, have your Hail Mary plays that can go through. Specifically for situations like this, where it's just kind of sad that it does not get to play out. Well, there's some danger on the board, but not enough. Not enough. The fact that those Tower of Orthancs got destroyed, I think, is really what put victory outside of range for Keejan. Had those been on the table, there would have been enough Twilight for him to play whatever else is in his hand. He's got 12 cards. Surely there are some extra orcs. But sadly, it is not to be. So we know how that one ends. Sergeant Drano manages to pull ahead to victory. Definitely was close a few times, but not enough. Okay, let's resize this window. So, over here on Spud Daddy versus the Manufacturer, they have both made it to Site 7, and Anduin and Confluence hit the table, so all the allies have been discarded. I don't recall if there were any. And the Manufacturer is now laying down... No, Spud Daddy is laying down a Moria Swarm, and it is not looking good for the Manufacturer. What do we have on the table? We don't have Gimli's Battle Axe. We don't have... Yeah, this is going to be tight. The Manufacturer could, of course, have many things in his hand that would save him. He might have a Paths, which would not save him. Actually, he would need 2 paths because there. Oh, there we go. He had nothing. Too many orcs. Not enough orc slayers. Sorry that I didn't get to follow that one quite so much, but oh well. And we're back to there being nothing in the table. No tables currently out, which is fine. We have this wonderful full art Enquea that we do have to work on. So let me see here. I have got some places to stick my cards for resizing. I'm trying to remember what folder I did that in. I'm trying to not just dump them someplace. I guess I just need to make one. I'll just do that. Upscale fodder. I probably already have a folder like that, but I can't remember where it is. Okay, so this is going to be Nazgul 1. We'll make that a PNG. Even though it's already got JPEG artifacts in it, we don't want any more to end up that way. Export. And then we will export this one to the same folder. No, not there. Upscale fodder, and this will be Nazgul 2. Alright, so now we will go over here to Gigapixel. Oops. Just maximize that. And now we are going to drop in the 2 folders, or the 2 files that we were working on. Don't open it, you stupid thing. And actually, come to think of it, let's crop these first, because it takes a while to run that sometimes, and we don't actually need all that junk. We just need the ones in the middle here. So re-export that, if you please. And then we'll go ahead and do the same thing over here. Okay. So this particular tool that I'm using, Gigapixel AI, is a tool that I paid for a long time ago. It's actually kind of obsolete, to be honest. I'm not sure that I'll ever renew it because I now have an instance of Stable Diffusion on my computer, and I have had great effect with that. The one benefit that Gigapixel does have is that the images are specifically set up when scaling that even if there are details that are added, they're added in such a way that when you shrink it back down to whatever size it originally was, you will discover that they are like it looks as if it is designed to look the same, essentially. So there's a few different algorithms that you can use. As we can see here that we've got it set to standard, low resolution, very compressed, and art and CG. And just looking at the detail difference, I do think that once again we're going to be on either very compressed or low resolution, which is not actually true of the images that we put in, but it's the sort of thing where the kinds of details being added are the sorts of things that the AI decides are like properly missing. So I've never actually really been impressed with the art and CG one. It hasn't really done much for me. Let's look at that hand. I want to see what it does with the hand. So remember, we're going to basically be drawing a line here along the edge and cropping everything else off to the side. That particular sword is being held by the dude behind him. So we just want, yeah, the dagger that's out. Because it turns out, if you didn't see the first half of when we were doing this, it turns out that Decipher may have used an image of the Witch King for Enquea. So I suppose that's what we're going to be doing ourselves. Yeah, it doesn't look fantastic, but I think that'll be okay. Okay, very compressed, I think, is what we're going to go with. I'll go ahead and drag on Nazgul number 2, and then just come over here to save 2 images. Oh, no, we do not want to use standard. We want very compressed. Preserve source format. And just to start that. Oh, yeah, I am. What's up? Oh, is it 8 o'clock? It's 8 o'clock. All right, folks, I'm going to be back. I'm going to go put the kids to bed, and I will be back. So let me just leave a message here, I suppose. Okay, we are back. Ouch, that was loud. Okay, so let's take a look at the output from Topaz. For those of you who didn't see, we are working on an upscaled full art of Valeria and Quaya, Shotgun and Quaya for the World Championship. So obviously if we zoom in here, we're going to see that there's some funky details that have been added. Things where I just tried to figure out what was going on. But we're not going to be at 100% zoom. We're going to be somewhere out here. And even though the details are still a little wonky, they kind of add character in some places. So I think that will be okay. So that's a comparison of this at 220%. Actually, let's just do 200. And then this at 50. So you can kind of see that it sharpens up the lines. It does some pretty neat stuff. Can do some weird things to plants and stuff like that, but we don't care about that for this particular shot. Alright, so we're going to go right back in and we're going to throw this in. Whoops, wrong one. I want to add these scaled versions. Okay, so obviously we can see here that we're not going to be here at full 100%. It's going to end up getting shrunk. But I still like doing that because it's going to give us some nice details. So there's going to be two versions of this, one of which I think is going to have a better line down the front, but all the rest can be taken from the other, which I think the positioning of the hands and all that stuff is going to be a little bit better. So let's think about this. So I've got the Far Nazgul here, and this was what I was using to lay it out. Let's use this to figure out a good position. So is that just where our Quay is going to be? Cut off his feet a little bit. Let his presence fill the card a little bit. I think that looks alright. And then most of this is going to end up getting covered up by text. The text is going to go right about here. There will be a minion right about there, and then the actual game text right about there. So we don't have to worry too much about the details right around there. But the rest should be good. Okay, so this is going to be, so let's go ahead and slap the opacity on this to about 50%, maybe a little less. So now we're going to take this bigger version and we're going to scale it down. And we're going to try and make sure that it is put right about in that same spot. Oh, did I nail that in the first try? Yep. Nailed it right about in the first try. Awesome. So resize that back down, and then we're going to do the same thing here. And the only reason that we have two of these is because there's going to be some details, some minor details on the front of the cloak that I want to preserve. That I think look better in that shot versus the other. So you can see the way that the cloak kind of goes down in this line, I think is better than this mess. And if we want to compare it to the OG, it is more of a flowing straight line. I mean, this one's much straighter, but still, I think that it gets closer than the mess of the other one. But then I also think that there are some good details in the mess. Like, so if we compare the shoulder here, for instance, we see that there's just less going on with the shoulder on the straight version. So really what I want to do is just this, invert, cut. So basically we want to say that we have the best of both worlds. Oh, I did it backwards. I realized those two were mixed up. Okay, so invert, nope. Invert, delete. It's okay that it runs off the edge here a little bit. Now we just take this and line up, not you. Take this and try to make sure that it's all nicely lined up. It's not going to matter so much that the edges aren't perfect, because what we're going to do here, let's crank the size up on that, not quite that big. So we're up, opacity needs to be full, and then we are just going to kind of blend these two together. So that kind of implies it needs to move up. And I often find, especially on like monochromatic sections like this, you can get away with murder on the edges. Just have to make sure that's let's just do something like that. That. Just kind of give some character to that cloak. We may have to come back and revisit this once we actually address the lighting, because first we're going to do all the compositing and then figure out what exactly we're doing with the shading and all that. Okay, I think that looks pretty decent. And so like you look at what's actually left, and there's like all this garbage. I'm going to try and make sure that there are no hard edges, so even if if those ever end up showing up, then at least it's not like an unnatural, oh, there's the clear cut line. But there's nothing around the nothing that goes off into the green there, so that's good. Okay, so now we are going to cut this out. So I'm just going to start with, come on, do something like this. Oh, come on. Now I'm not going to be too careful at the beginning. Do want to make sure I don't lose anything specifically. Do want to delete that guy's head. Dead. I'm also not going to bother getting in too close until we have the background. There probably are some better tools to use for this. I know that there's a foreground select tool that honestly ends up taking as much time as doing it this way does sometimes. Okay, so I think that's going to be okay for that. Just get this stuff deleted. Whoops. Get rid of the garbage on the edges. Okay, so now let's go ahead and move these two all the way up. So these are going to be on the highest layers. So now we need to figure out what background stuff is going in. So I have a few different backgrounds, some of which I believe were zoomed in detail. Ah, wait, no, that's not a background. Well, it was a background, but it turned out fuzzy. So I'm just going to go delete that one. That's not necessary. You know what? I have not saved. I am going to go save because my spider sense is going off. Card portraits. This is going to go to promos, and we'll do shotgun full. You can tell that I have lost quite a bit of things, quite a bit of work, because I did not do things like that. Okay, and while I'm thinking about it, I'm going to go over here and I'm going to disable my flux. Normally this is a something that I have to save my eyesight a little bit and make it easier to fall asleep. It gets rid of blue light, but obviously that can be bad when you're dealing with colors and such. So I need to turn it off while I'm actually doing art. I haven't gotten to the color part, so it hasn't mattered so much until now. But all right, let's see. So background 1. So this one was from. All right, so that's going to go around there. So if we take a look here at the Inquea, we've got this archway, this complete archway, and then there was supposed to be another one, but it got busted out right there. So you have this little outcropping on the side. So we are going to we were able to find those elements in the scene, in the actual shots. So there's this one is in fact the exact like if you take a look back there, like that is the exact arch outcropping with a little bite out of it. Just that little bite. So if we're going to stick the archway so that it kind of goes into the head, then we're going to want something that looks a little bit, let's see. I actually kind of like that zoom level. It's definitely going to end up being a little bit different. So rather than like a perfect recreation where we go like this, you see how that kind of puts the outcropping off to the side? Well, I think that it might be a little better to have both pieces sort of framing the character. And that gives us a little more to look at on the card. So I have those two background pieces, and this one was more of a, come on. This one was more zoomed in and detailed, so we will see if we can line that up. All right, I'm gonna have to turn this off for a moment. So let's see here. So these are clearly the same pieces, but they're from slightly different angles. So we're going to duplicate background 1 here. And so we'll make one of them the left and one of them the right. And so the last piece, we're just going to do this and go pop. And we will just see if we can line up that left part and get some interesting details out of it. And then on the right, we'll do the opposite and we'll just doot. And then we're going to look and see if we can. Honestly, the size on that is pretty decent. Alright, so we're going to transform this. What? Why is it oh, because of the selection. Herder. Alright, so now we will scale that a little bit to try and get it to fit. Oh, that worked almost perfectly. First try. Okay, so that's going to allow us to squeeze a little more detail out without needing to do any AI upscaling or anything. So we're just going to wipe out some of those black details. We'll probably end up recreating or maybe just sticking a black background on the back. Or maybe we add a moon or something. I mean, this is going to be a kind of a special card. This is not every day that we do Shotgun and Quaya, the one card that is in essentially every deck. Okay, so what are we left? We've got this background, which is still going to provide a decent amount of that. So let's go ahead and delete everything down here. that part of the archway, which is probably not going to matter. Let's get rid of that fire. I'm pretty sure that that's a Nazgul on fire. On the left, we'll get rid of this, and then let's throw our Nazgul back in, and what do we got? So we've definitely got a bit of a cutoff going there with the archway. So I do like that that over there. So we just got to fix up our right piece, and probably this is just going to be a matter of doing this. Oops, and it looks like on our background we accidentally deleted too much, so we're going to bring some of that back in. Okay, how much of that is... Alright, we can treat the black as our boundary. Yeah. Oops. And then for the right, we will just kind of blend this a little more so that it's not a hard boundary. And you'd be surprised how much that pretty much is all you need to do in a lot of cases. Just make sure that there are no straight lines, and the rest just kind of takes care of itself. There's a bit of a color difference because there's a Nazgul on fire below that one, so it kind of tinged it a little yellow. We'll see if that ends up being a problem or not. I suspect not, but we'll see. That's an easy fix if we need to do anything about it. Okay, so our composition is starting to look pretty good. Let me just add a new layer. We're just going to call this black, and we are going to dump the black color right onto it. Well, we'll see about adding some details if we can, because black on Nazgul was not great. But for now, I just want that for the figuring out the composition. Okay, and then there's one more detail that we want to try and move in. It's one of these close Nazgul faces. Because if we look very carefully, it's not that one, I think. If there's the other one. If we look very carefully, we can see that this is actually the exact shot right there. It's got the exact same folds. It's got the exact same boundary there. So this is the precise shot that was used. It's just that the version that we have in the movie is zoomed in, and yeah. So because it's so zoomed in like this, we're not going to have to do any kind of AI upscaling. We will just shrink that bad boy down. And I want to try and include these details on here so that if someone is looking closely, they can be like, oh, hey, look, that is the same shot. And we will laugh to ourselves because we will know that it is not quite the same shot. Okay, so now we just need to wipe out a bunch of the excess. And now we need to get this stuff to blend, and this detail looks like it's going to be a little difficult. One thing that we might possibly do is just try to basically pull this down, because it kind of looks like those three different zones of the three different folds kind of do eventually blend into there. It just happens to not be quite at the spot that we would like them to be at. So for instance, if it's somewhere closer to there, around there, say. Then we erase all this part that we don't care about for this particular section. I think that we can get away with doing that. But this part is not going to work quite so well. Alright, we're going to have to do some stuff to make those colors match up there at the top. And in fact, that may actually be what this is for. I can pull that from the top a lot easier. Or is that what the background 3 that I deleted ended up being used for? I probably needed it for that. Yes. Oh well. Well, let's save and let's take a look and see if there's any GEMP games currently running. There's a Fellowship block game. Let's watch that for a little bit. So on the top we have Demanufacture playing Dwarves up against Sornar playing a Rainbow Fellowship. Sornar has just started his turn on, or their turn I should say, I don't know quite whether they're male or female, on Site 4, and they just moved to Site 5. And it looks like the manufacturer's playing Nazgul, so we have a discounted Witch King coming out with Kantea, and is that a weapon? It's not a weapon. So Kantea can't go against these two, or they're gonna lose their weapons. Fair enough. Alright, Aragorn takes a hit. Gandalf takes a hit. And then they do it all over again. Not much to say. The Nazgul do what they're supposed to. They get 4 wounds out with 2 minions. Dangerous enough to definitely not being able to risk moving again. They did their job. So the dwarves have till Durin wakes again. That's going to be big. Boom. 3 wounds peeled off as they move. And it looks like Sornar is playing an archery deck, a Moria archery deck. Well, we could have definitely seen the Moria part if we'd looked at this support area here, but let's see how it goes. The armory engine, of course, adding Twilight every time that a weapon is played, a Moria weapon specifically. They are coming, probably going to be pulling out, okay, a bowman. I would have expected an archer considering how much Twilight they had left, but I guess they do now have 3 cards again, so they could pull off they are coming again, but it doesn't look like he's willing, like they are willing to sacrifice those 3 cards. So there's going to be 3 wounds that are hit, yeah, so 2 on 4, 1 on Gimli, no, 1 on Gloin, sorry. But everybody's going to be cleaned up pretty handily, and that is the big problem with archery, Moria archery. They're able to get a decent amount of wounds down, but they are pretty pointless when it comes to the skirmishes. I'm kind of okay. They had more skirmish events. I was gonna say that was kind of surprising that he used it on Gloin when he needed to use it on 4 there to win, but I guess he had extra crud that he wanted to get rid of. Need to default to they. Statistically speaking, they are probably guys, but don't want to assume. So now we've switched over to Sornar. Moving on after adding a few things. Oh, here we go. Too Great and Terrible. Does he have a second one? Do they have a second one? Nope. Okay, right. Gandalf was 12. Oh dear. And he had a skirmish event, which Nazgul don't usually do. Nazgul have so many things that they have to play to make the Nazgul work that there's almost never room for those skirmish events, but my, what a surprise. Dead Gandalf in a rainbow deck hurts, because that is where much of the flexibility comes from. And with Confluence, of course, going down, very standard. You don't want to risk someone having a lot of allies. There's just a couple allies here on the table. Neither of these decks are ally heavy, but you don't want to risk it against the ones that are. Here we have Relics of Moria, the errata Relics of Moria coming in. It's unique, but does exactly what it did otherwise. Remove 2 Twilight to play a Moria possession from your discard pile. So long as you have the extra Twilight, you can definitely pull it out. And in this case, where he's got 3, where they have 3 armories, it's even you end up with a Twilight surplus. And that is that Moria engine kicking in. Spend 2 to get a Scimitar. With 3 armories, you end up getting that 2 back, +1. So they've been sitting here at 6 Twilight for practically every one of these plays. Interesting choice. That Moria Axe probably, well, that should have been played ideally on the Moria Archer troop, who actually has vitality to utilize with it. The axe can be devastating, but it's probably not going to matter. Anyway, 6 minion archer total. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 archers, and then Moria Archer troop itself adds 5, but then adds 1 more if there is another archer in play. So 6 wounds is not bad, and they are a little bit in trouble. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 total minions to be assigned against 5 companions. So the Moria Axe was put on Gandalf so that the damage did not matter. So now they gotta make a choice. The obvious answer, of course, is to put these 2 minions on Frodo in the hopes that they have nothing to protect Frodo with. But there may be some benefit, to splitting it up. So you don't want Gandalf pulling a trick out of his hat and surviving. And you probably would be justified trying to possibly beat up one of these bigger, stronger dwarves. Oof. And there is a big, powerful Gimli splatter. And then with the Gimli's battle axe, he's now going to be able to go in and wound probably one of these ones on the ring bearer. Not the one on the ring bearer, the one on Gandalf. And so it becomes a call of we're going to block that with the Goblin Armory. I don't know if that was just a Galaxy play to make him to make Soronar oh no. Huh. Okay. Alright, there was no Galaxy play. I think that must have been a misclick, because obviously you would want to keep your ring bearer alive if you have no tricks to keep your ring bearer alive. But okay then. Alright, well. That's a shadow win for Soronar. The manufacturer loses. Great game. Looks like there's some more tables that are waiting, but there are no currently active ones. So let's switch back to our full art Larry and Quaya. Shotgun and Quaya. Alright, so having that little break does help, I think, with taking a look at it and seeing what exactly needs to change. I do think that I want to move the right piece over a little more. The right end, yeah. So let's see, so this part. Okay, we need to divide you in 2. Right back. And left back. So left back, we will just delete all of this and stick it underneath the left, and then right back, we will do the opposite. Get rid of all that. And when we do this, we will now be able to select these two layers at once, and we can scoot it all over. Yeah, I think that's definitely an improvement, letting the Nazgul head kind of sit there all alone. And then the left side, what is going on there? So we'll just move this over here or so. And then it looks like our right still has a bunch of garbage here that we need to get rid of. Okay, let's see here. So what's left? So we've got, I think that's from our Nazgul itself that has some bits dangling around them. So let's go ahead and do a quick check of what it's going to look like before I start doing any major details. So export that shotgun full, and then I'm going to go and grab the data for the card, and we're going to go make ourselves a card using the card generator. So I have here a local SQL Server instance that I use to hold a bunch of card data. It's technically out of date now. The wiki is more up to date, but I don't yet have a setup for accessing all that information. This is 1U231. Ouch. Why is that so loud? Okay, so all I have to do is in the script just type in the collector's info, and I get out a nicely formed version of the text. So now I just need to come on over to my spreadsheets. Where is my promo spreadsheet? There it is. Come on. Okay, so this is the spreadsheet that I use as my place when I am working on cards. So this is a full art, and this is not an errata, so we'll turn that to 0. And this is going to be promos, shotgun full. And I think that is going to need to be stripped of its accents because the card generator handles that itself. And then I'm going to come over here and change some of the details. So this is going to be a no template disclaimer, right? And then we're probably going to be changing the text to be white. And now we'll come on over here to Nandek, which is set up already to automatically connect to this particular Google Sheet. Yeah, it's set up to use that promos sheet. We are set up to use the double size. So I'll tell it to render the first image, because in doing so it will pull down the spreadsheet and get the entire thing. I did that by right-clicking on the preview over here. That happens to be the first one on the list, and then we'll come over here to the very end, skip to card number 40, and get that in Quail. Okay, wow, that's looking pretty decent, I think. Obviously there's some stuff that we still need to wipe out of there. And if it looks a little distorted, that's because the preview here is not a perfect rectangle. The actual one, if I was to pull that up real quick. the actual output is not skewed. Okay, well, that's looking pretty decent, I think. Let's wipe out some of that distracting stuff that's on the side, and let's see if that causes any problems to show up. Okay, where is that? Okay, so we'll re-export that. And yes, there's still some obvious problems like the boundaries around here, and there was a boundary around there when we were zoomed in. We will take care of all of that later. It's a bug that happens sometimes. After I've updated a particular image, sometimes it takes a moment for Nano to be able to see it. Okay, so let's compare that to the original shotgun. So obviously the colors are different. Decipher always cranked the saturation up into the stratosphere. We'll see what effect that has when we once we're done messing with the actual form of the image. So things are a little different. In particular, I see that the kind of the swoop there of the cloak at the front, that's noticeably different. And honestly, that's the part that sticks out the most to me. There is technically that sword there, but again, like that sword also doesn't make any sense the moment you look at it and start thinking. Literally looks like he grabbed the sword by the hilt and stuck it into a coat pocket. I do think that I want to restore some of the arch there. I've pushed that a little too far off to the side, I think, and you can't see that. I think that that's an element that is... I mean, there's not a whole lot there to the image, right? So I think that that's part of what I would like to keep as one of the visual throughputs, since we're changing so much else. Now, what is this black part? Who is responsible for that? Ah, there you are. Oh dear, now there's something else. You. So I think we actually want to move that left one down a little. Okay, so export that and see what that looks like. I do like having that shape there. Let's see if we can try to imitate the original. I was originally trying to separate these two parts so that they were on either side of Inquea, but let's see if making the archway come out of the head, kind of the way that is, if that looks any good. Let's see, so that's gonna that. Both of these have big. Oops. Just use them. Yeah, there we go. Oh, of course. Of course, of course. So obviously the angle is slightly different in the source that we used there. But a lot of the set 1 cards were also squished horizontally. And I think that changed the trajectory there of the arc a little bit. You can also see that truck light in the back, all that light scattering, practically blue light. We're basically going to have to recreate that. We've cut out so much of the background that it wouldn't show up once we've started cranking the light up. I wonder if we've shrunk the Inquea here too much. Let's take all these and scale them out, and this is unfortunately going to lose us. Selected layer is not visible. Well, okay then. Oops. Not you. I just need to close Gigapixel. Don't need that at all anymore. I think that was an improvement. Obviously, we lost a little bit of definition doing that. I don't think it'll be noticeable though. I want to see if I can restore some of the size of the blue there. You can see where there's not very much showing for some reason, even though I was able to determine as close as I could that that was actually the real thing, the actual frame that was used. Oh, I've deleted some of this off. That may be part of why. Might just be a slightly different frame, perhaps? So it's right here that I determined. There's not much there. So how did they pull it out? Because that is almost certainly, like you look at the cut of the, I mean, it's possible that it's just simply a alternate take of the exact same guy, the exact same costume. I don't know. Look at the folds. Wow. I mean, same costume would give you all that. But if the camera was just at a slightly different angle in a different shot, that's all it would take. We could try to. I don't know. Maybe some of you are like, you don't need to be this exact. And it's true. It doesn't. I do want to see if I can. Well, let me see what it looks like that instead of using the straightened version. Because I think it may distract from the fact that we don't have the exact same curvy bit, if the curvy bit is at least curvy and interesting. Yeah, that's an improvement. Even though it loses the same like straightness, it kind of, you know, you have kind of this J shape, and you have this a similar J shape, even though it's not the same J shape. That's a good change. What else? What else? What else? I think we're going to need to move that hand down there. Since we're dealing with very dark black backgrounds, we can probably just literally copy paste it and scoot it a little bit. And since it's kind of a formless black cloak, you're not going to be able to tell anyway. But I just want to get it out of the way of the text so that you don't have that interaction between the white. Let's shift this right portion over to the left again. Oops, nope, wrong layer. I think having just a bit more detail around here to look at will be good, because we're dealing with, you know, very monochrome stuff. I mean, we'll try to add in some of the blue, but yeah, that's an improvement, I think. Okay. Well, I think we're basically down to needing to do the blending. So fix the sections here, here, the boundaries between the background and the foreground and the background. This section down here, move the hand. And then it's on to color grading and figuring out what to change for that. Oops, I didn't mean to close that. Oh well. Okay, so let's take a look at our close Nazgul. I sort of scooted this part down. Actually, let's take a look at, no, not you. Cut to contents. Why is there still content over there? Cut to content again. There we go. Okay, so now we've just got this little section here that I think I'm going to play with and squeeze around a little bit. Really, I need a displacement tool. Where is the smudge tool? That's the one that scoots? No. Darn it, I know that there used to be a displacement tool. Where did they put it? Huh. Yeah, well. Let's see, so we just want to blur those edges a little bit. Yeah, really, that part just needs to move over. Yeah, that's probably fine. Let's see, so now this needs to have, so the top there is from the background, right? The guy behind us. So we need to clean that up somewhat. Yeah, that's no good. just going to need to use the clone tool, I think, and draw some stuff out. Sorry, I don't have a whole lot of commentary on this. It's really just a matter of drawing stuff out. Pro tip though, the healing brush is frickin' black magic. Are you gonna let me go to it? What the heck? Stupid game. Okay, now we're gonna wipe off some of those weird excesses. Okay. So I think in this case we just want to kind of lop some of that off. Just no need to have it sticking out. Getting in the way. Okay, so I think those parts are blended well enough. Not perfectly, of course, but well enough. Okay, so that is one of these, right? Their damage size. So much of the Photoshop stuff that I do is literally just deleting hard lines. You do that and there's so much you can get away with. Now, one of the problems that I have frequently is the fact that my my monitor is extremely black here on in the center, the one that I use here. And so that looks good to me, but I know for a fact that once I bring it over to one of my other side monitors, I will see that that is probably a bunch of blotchy stuff that does not look good. Okay, and then I gotta... Okay, that's blended well enough, I think. But I did want to... soften that up. See how big a difference that makes, just eliminating the hard line. I didn't even do anything carefully. It just sort of fixed itself. Okay, and then on this, like I mentioned, I just kind of want to grab that. We just want to scoot that puppy over. Okay, export that out and see what it looks like. Not you. So now we regenerate. Wait a minute, that didn't regenerate, did it? It's still going. Nandeck crash. Nandeck crashed, what the heck? I mean, that's not unheard of. Nandeck is kind of garbage in some ways, but it's still usually stable. Unable to download file. Unable to link the Google Sheet file. Okay, something. Is up with my internet, maybe? Gonna restart Nandeck and see what's up. It's probably just something dumb. Although I seem to recall running into this issue before with Google servers sometimes deciding that I had downloaded the sheet one too many times. Yeah, but it seems to be working fine now. Okay, so now we've got an updated version. Looks pretty good. Need to move the hand further, which is easy now that it's just call it hand, just so that's clear. I'm just gonna scoot you down over there. Where's my, okay. Darn it, I did not want you to do that. Might need to rotate the hand. It looks like it's floating a bit much out there, but that's pretty good, if I do say so myself. I think it captures most of the elements that matter. The sword is definitely missing, but that's okay. We have a dagger. And Shotgun Quaid's type, you know, he kind of strikes me as the kind of person that gets up close and personal and stabs a guy 3 times with the dagger. That seems to be more like what his ability is doing. Okay, well, let me rotate that hand a bit and make sure that it's not going to be too distracting. now it overlaps with the 5. Oh, the 5 is supposed to be on the next line anyway. Okay, so let's add that. Stick a new line right here. Is there any other typos or anything? Spot 6 companions or 5 burdens and exert relating Quea 2. Alright, so I gotta stick another one. The card generator is pretty good at sizing everything up just right, but Decipher did a lot of hand adjustment to things. Hey, the next line is after the, so set the. So do that again, please, and get the correct updated data. What on earth? Why isn't it putting the new line after 2? Is it because I don't have a space? That's making sense. Did I do the right slash? Did I? Yeah, backslash. What on earth? Why is it ignoring me? Oh, because I'm an idiot and I put the new line after the 2 and not before it. Yeah. It's always something dumb like that. The computer did precisely what it was told. It was just told to do something stupid. Okay, so spot 6 companions or 5 burdens of Quea, except the thing there. Okay. Alright, that's looking pretty decent. Alright, now it's just for colors. That's all we need to do. So typically when I'm doing colors, I will make a visible copy of everything and then just start adjusting. So almost always one of the very first things that I can do is come over here and just go, let's turn up the stinking saturation as high as it goes and even further, and that will oftentimes give us a pretty good approximation of what they had. Now, because we are dealing with slightly different images, it didn't come out exactly the same. So let's tone that down a little bit. It doesn't need to be painfully purple. And then let's come in and do ourselves an exposure. Increase the exposure a bit. Also, just increase the black level a tiny bit. So that makes some of those details come out a little better. And then I'm gonna come over here and mess with the levels a little bit and see if I can come up with anything that looks better. I literally have no method to this madness. I just kind of play with the sliders and see in each case if it's an improvement over what I had before. Pure intuition is what I'm operating off of. Okay, so let's do that, and let's see what the difference is. Pop. Wow, that that actually makes a big difference, making it look like it matches the original just a little better. Okay. Well, I could fix the background a bit. The glowy truck lights there are not showing. So that would just be a matter of adding in like a gradient and wiping it out a little bit. I don't know. Maybe I'll put in the effort. Maybe I won't. I am bushed, so I am going to stop pretending that I am watching Gemp games. Oh, there is another Gemp game though, and it is a Fellowship Black game. Fellowship PC, I mean. Maybe I should do one more. Yeah, let's do one more. Alright, so we have the manufacturer once again up against Son of D. Son of D is up here on the top, the manufacturer's on the bottom. Son of D is running your basic Last Alliance stuff. Well, no, it's not quite. It's more of a choke deck here. Huh. Guess we'll see. The manufacturer on the bottom is running Dwarves plus Gandalf, which is pretty common. One of the major weaknesses that Dwarves have is that they are unable to disable or discard conditions, and Gandalf, of course, has all sorts of tricks for that. And it looks like Son of D is running regular old Uruk-hai. Uses up a Saruman's Ambition right at the very beginning to ensure that Gimli gets hurt, but doesn't matter. The manufacturer's holding on to a skirmish event. And once again, that lackluster Dwarven Axe effect, that is something that we want to adjust. So if you have any ideas of an alternate effect that might possibly have, it probably needs to still be a choice between discarding the bottom of the draw deck or something else, but exerting a minion. At the time it seemed obvious, like it was basically a damage +1 effect, but in reality it very frequently goes to the minion that the dwarf is about to turn into mist, and effectively does nothing. So we need a better one. Also slows down the game, makes every single skirmish win into a decision. Okay, well, play rotates back over to Son of D, who runs on down to site number 3. We've got ourselves a Toldea. No burdens to activate his ability, and no burdens to make that Nazgul sword scarier. But 14 strength is still nothing to sneeze at. Arwen would have been overwhelmed, except she does have that ability of +3 strength against a Nazgul. And so now, the manufacturer is in the unenviable position of having actually done effectively nothing with their shadow for the first few sites. There's less than 5 wounds on the table. I'll double check and make sure, but yeah, there's nothing in the dead pile. So all those wounds are going to get wiped away and reset, meaning that they may as well play nothing for those first 3 sites. Always feels bad. The manufacturer takes his fellowship, their fellowship turn, moving from site 2 to site 3. Farron comes on the table. We've got Orc Overseer getting played. So we already saw that Son of D has some various Uruk-hai, so I think that this is just basically support, because obviously being able to exhaust somebody is very nice. But Gimli is going to make sure that there's no spare vitality on him. And that's one of the few situations where that Dwarven Axe actually does do what it's meant to do, where it exerts, and does more damage to somebody that might potentially have been able to use that vitality for evil. But in most cases, it is ineffective. So Son of D moves on to site 4 with their fellowship. I guess Son of D, that indicates that that person is probably male, right? Hard to be a son and not be a male. The manufacturer musing over their cards. 6 Twilight is not very much. Aragorn over here has both No Stranger to the Shadows and his own ability that's going to be removing 1. So we only had the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There must have been a card that was played. Athelas. Yeah, so Athelas was played. Cost 1, but then was immediately discounted down to 0 because of Aragorn's ability. And then No Stranger to the Shadows makes the Shadows number -1, so that went down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Why is there 6? Was there a second card that was played? Elven Bow. Yes, on our one. Okay, so that's where the 6 comes from. The manufacturer finally decides to put down Kentia with an Nazgul sword, but double shot comes out, gives us 3 arrows, and that's enough to take Kentia out. Which is good, because the only people that would have been able to survive going up against Kentia would be Aragorn and Arwen, and both of them are holding a weapon that Kentia would have been able to knock out of their hands. So, good use of the double shot. Who's making a decision to manufacture? I wonder if they're lagging. They disconnected and reconnected a little bit ago. Okay, play switches over to the manufacturer now as Free Peoples. Gets to draw a card with the Grey Pilgrim. Another Dwarven Axe comes out, this time on Gloin. And now we are at a full house. A dangerous full house. We have 6 companions out, which means that Shotgun and Koya is now on the table. This Shotgun and Koya. Ha ha ha. Troop of Uruk-hai comes down, which is quite dangerous considering the number of people here that have weapons and rely on those weapons for their strength. Now, Fror was rightly given a Dwarven Axe instead of Gloin because with the damage bonus or the strength bonus against Uruk-hai, Fror is going to be very useful. Ooh, here we go. So, Savagery to match their numbers. This is errated, but it is the second errated version. So now it's going to make them strength +2. The +2 is going to persist. It would have been +4 for the first, and then +2 for the second, which is a compromise from the over nerf that we gave it a while ago. The original version would have been +4 for the first skirmish and +4 for the second as well, and that was just way too much. Absolutely barbaric. Alright, Gwamegal out on Arwen. That's always huge. And I guess Son of Dia said, choke deck be damned. We're playing Gandalf and we're playing Gwamegal and we're playing all this stuff all at once. Which, you know, fair cop. He did all that and there's still only 2 Nazgul able to come out, which is perpetually the problem with Nazgul. They are expensive, and if they are countered, they don't get very far. Doldea's ability is completely worthless without enough burdens. Atia, on the other hand, has 4 Twilight to utilize. So Gwamegal is going to be used twice. One with an exert and one with a discard of a couple cards to get her up to the point where she can just kill him. And then looks like Atia is going to successfully get a couple of wounds on Aragorn and nothing else. Ooh, Book of Mazarbul is in play, so... Is that at the start? No, at the start of each fellowship phase. Okay, so that was 4 cards right there. Kaboom, hitting the rule of 4. Pretty much every turn, so... Yeah, getting all those cards to play down. Tilduran Wakes again was put down, which is always good for dwarves. Sting was played, Hand Axe was played. Gimli's Battle Axe came out, which is always good. Okay, now we have Saruman, Keeper of Isengard. This is also the second errata given by the Players' Council, but it was a slight buff that did not overly change what happens with him. So Uruk Warrior is able to make himself fierce, and then Saruman is going to be used twice for his first ability. Exert Saruman to make an Uruk-hai fierce until the regroup phase, rather than being something that makes all Uruk-hai fierce. He now has to balance his vitality between making Uruk-hai fierce and defending Uruk-hai from wounds. Interesting. So the Uruk Warrior had its wound reduced by Saruman. Now, the second errata that we gave to Saruman here makes it so that if an Uruk-hai is about to take a wound, discard or exert Saruman to prevent that wound. Now, I'm kind of surprised that he did that for a warrior that didn't have any wounds on it. He did do it for the other one. That doesn't make much sense to me. Ah, well. Uruk-hai raiding party. Very straightforward. Just damage +1, no other fancy text. Yeah, that was a troop that died, right? I'm not hallucinating. Maybe not. If you're not familiar with PC formats, that is one of the ruling changes that has been made, is that discard piles are public information. So I can sit here and actually look and see what got discarded and what hasn't. We've also recently added the ability to look at the removed from game pile, which was supposed to be public information, I believe, but just was not represented in GEMP anywhere. Okay, so the manufacturer ended up moving on. Son of D only had the one Uruk, and Saruman was off the table, which was kind of an implicit threat because it means, hey, I might have a second Saruman that now I can play, which is the whole reason that we did that second errata. Uruk Rager, one of the victims of the errata, the errata wave that dealt with discard decks. Each time this minion wins a skirmish, the previous player must exert a companion or discard the top 3 cards of the draw deck. Used to just be discard the top deck or top 2 cards of the draw deck, and so it was shifted. So even though the amount of cards that was discarded was made greater, you had the opportunity to instead exert if you prefer not to do that. Okay, Savagery to match the numbers out again, giving him a +4 bonus for that first one. And another Savagery for the Uruk-hai raiding party. Ooh. And that's Dead Furor. That's the Uruk-hai dwarf. Alright, well. That was a good hit. Good kill. So that Uruk-hai raiding party is still riding high off the +2. Both of them are. So they're going to get a couple extra wounds right before the Sanctuary. Oh, 3 extra wounds. Decided that 3 cards off the top of the deck was too much. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So 5 will of course be saved, meaning that 6 will remain on the table. So that's good progress. More progress than the Saruman turn was, funnily enough. Athelas is getting passed around. Aragorn healing up himself and his bow, of course, not sharing with anyone else. Typical. Seven Twilight is not much, however. Now we've got a Thrarin on the table too. A throwaway Mook. If I had to guess, the manufacturer is once again left with 3 or 4 Nazgul in their hands, and they have to decide which one is going to come out. Morgul gates onto Atia, so 12 plus 3 is 15. Oh, and there's a Too Great and Terrible. Very nice. But another double shot makes sure that he never even makes it to the field. I was going to say that a 15 would be enough to overwhelm nobody that matters. They would not be assigned to Gandalf. It would have gone to either Arwen or Aragorn. Yeah, sometimes this is the way that Nazgul is. It just kind of... The beatdown Nazgul does not deal with choke very well. I think that Twilight Nazgul do a little bit better, if only because the progress that they attempted to make, you know, is easier to do. But, ouch. Site 7, Silverlord Banks. When the Fellowship moves to Silverlord Banks without a ranger, every companion must exert. And that hit every single companion except for Frodo, who's already exhausted. That pretty much negated the Sanctuary healing right there. 4 wounds on top of the 5 that were just removed. So we have a Brood. Remove 2 to make him strength +1 for each other Uruk-hai you can spot. So if he burns all 4, then that Uruk-Brood can be 11, which is not quite enough to kill that. Deep in Thought is used to eliminate Saruman's ambition, which now gives us 8, which means that Brood can now beat Gimli. That's a +4 bonus that might go out just the once. Interesting. Why was the ability not used? I guess suppose they're banking on having that there as a deterrent against double moving. Not sure. I suppose 8 Twilight is kind of scary, but that does require you to actually have anything that matters. Son of D is running kind of low on cards there. That's only 2 more hands, a little less than 2 hands. The manufacturer, on the other hand, has not been able to get through any cards at all on the shadow side, so they are probably clogged to high heaven. Oh, here it comes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That sucks. That's just enough to leave an exhausted either one, and an exhausted Cantea doesn't matter. So you may as well kill a Cantea. Yes, you're left with Atia. So he'll get a couple more wounds out, but it won't matter. Is that an elven bow on Legolas? The disrespect. I assume that is for like a Haldir or something. Well, Guamegal versus the single lone Twilight that was in the pool for Atia to draw on. Up, and here we go. Son of D finally pulls ahead. Oh, that's painful. You want to kill off Threrin before he can do anything, which I suppose only requires you to hit him once. You don't have to hit him twice, because the likelihood that Son of D is going to pull any sort of healing for them is unlikely. But if you do that, then Greenleaf is almost certainly going to snipe him. And this Toldea, I feel like that is the Nazgul that has been played the most this particular game, and he just can't do anything. I'm sure it works great when, yeah, why did he kill Threrin all the way? Now he's in range of, yeah, that. I feel like that was a bit of a misplay, but I also kind of feel like, I don't know. I think I could feel the manufacturer's demoralization from here. Interesting. Why did they use OL Breath? So the errated version of OL Breath gives you +4 strength against the Nazgul, as opposed to canceling the skirmish. Perhaps it was just to get it out of the hand. Maybe they have another copy of OL Breath and they want to play it next turn, assuming that the dwarves do not double move. It's coming down to the wire. Son of D has less than a full hand's worth of cards left in their deck. On the other hand, I feel like the dwarves are very much on their last legs. There's no threats to worry about, but by golly, all it's going to take is one more savagery as a surprise, and this whole thing could come tumbling down. Now, we can take a look at the discard pile, and we can see just how many copies of savagery have already been played. We've got 1, 2, 3. So there's theoretically one more somewhere in the deck, possibly in the hand. So you'd have to be careful that the +4. Oh, they discarded the bottom card of their deck instead of taking the exertion. Interesting. Threrin was also used over here to ward him off. Here we go. Dwarves made a break for it. Twilight cost of each minion is -1. So let's see what they can pack. Oh, not very much. 4 Uryx may not be enough. If there is one more copy of Savagery, though, the chances are it is now in Son of D's hand. There's only 2 cards in this deck. Here it is. The last copy. Oh no! But that's it. It has been blown. There's now no chance of another Fierce coming out. No chance of another pump. Unless there's a Bred for Battle, but that's unlikely, considering we haven't seen it so far. GG. The manufacturer manages to make it all the way to the end. Even though it was, I'm sure, a very frustrating choke match with Nazgul of all things. Alright, so that was fun. Expanded PC. I just want to check in here real quick and see what's happening. I'm always curious to see how many errated cards end up getting used. The Great Ring still ends up getting used because it is absolutely ridiculous, even with the errata. All we did basically was remove the ability to chain burden removals and burden additions, and also guarantee that any wounds that you take while you're wearing it turn into burdens. Which, yeah, pros and cons. Anyway, okay, I'm gonna go ahead and shut down the stream. Thank you everybody who's watching, who's joined with us. We're gonna hopefully try and do more of these sorts of commentary things in the future, and especially have some of them up during the format championships and the world championship when that comes up. So thanks for watching. Bye.